to the exit through these exit points. There are 3 main doors that lead out to the foyer. 2 exit points at the side, and 6 exit points at the back of the ballroom that lead to the hotel's heart of house. The nearest exit is through the Rizal driveway, which is 1 floor down. In the event of a fire, please remember to crawl low in smoke. Use a wet cloth to cover your nose and mouth. Use the back of your hands to feel the lower, middle, and upper parts of closed doors. If the door is hot, use another exit. If the door is not hot, brace yourself against the door and open it slowly. Account for your companions. Exit the building as quickly as possible. Do not go back into a burning building. If you catch fire, do not run. Stop, drop, and roll.
Go to the designated evacuation area at Ayala Avenue corner Makati Avenue and Ayala Triangle Gardens.
In case of an earthquake, be mindful of these reminders. Keep calm. It will help you be focused and make better decisions.
Duck under your nearest table. Cover and hold.
At any cost, do not use any of the lifts or elevators during an evacuation. Hotel staff may be identified through staff badge and uniform. Please feel free to approach any of us should you need further assistance. For any concerns or suspicious situations while you are at the hotel, dial 28. Thank you for watching, and we wish your event to be a complete success.
We kindly request all of our guests to settle down as our program will begin in a few minutes. Once again, kindly settle down. Our program will begin in a few minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's great to see everyone, and there will be more time for us to interact later. But now we need everyone's attention, please, to the stage as we shall begin. And we want to keep on time as we have a very full schedule, a very full slate ahead. So I would appreciate it if everybody could settle down, and we shall now begin the program. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Excellencies, dear delegates and guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the high-level conference of middle-income countries hosted by the government of the Philippines. The Philippines thanks its partners, United Nations SCAP, UNDP, UNIDO, UN Development Cooperation Office, and the UN Resident Coordinator's Office in Manila for ensuring the success of this event. It is our honor to have you join us for this gathering of senior officials, policymakers, and partners committed to shaping a more inclusive and sustainable future for middle-income countries. To officially open our program, may we invite the Honorable Arsenio M. Balisacan, Secretary of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development of the Republic of the Philippines, to the podium to deliver his welcome remarks.
Secretary Enrique Manalo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Morocco and Chair of the like-minded group of middle-income countries, Nasser Bourita, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to the United Nations in New York, Omar Hilale, UN Secretary, Undersecretary General, Armida Salcia Alessia Habana, Excellencies, honorable delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great pleasure and pride that I welcome you all to this high-level conference of middle-income countries, held under the theme, Breaking New Grounds Towards a Strategic Plan of Action for Middle-Income Countries. Your presence here today reflects our shared commitment to shaping a more strategic, dynamic, and inclusive future for MICs. Allow me first to express my sincere gratitude to our co-organizers for this conference, the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, the UN Development Program, the UN Industrial Development Organization, and the UN Resident Coordinator's Office in the Philippines. Your steadfast support has been instrumental in bringing us together for this important undertaking. Middle-income countries account for 75% of the world's population and contribute roughly one-third of global gross domestic product. Collectively, we are a formidable force in the global economy with the capacity to drive sustainable growth, foster stability, and shape the future of global development. In this context, the Philippines' assumption of the leadership of like-minded group comes at a critical juncture as we approach our transition to upper middle income status. We are determined to champion the collective interests of MICs, advocate for a more inclusive and responsive international development agenda, and elevate our voice and influence in global decision-making processes. At the national level, the Philippines continues to advance steadily. The domestic economy grew by an average of 6.3% a year in the decade before the COVID-19 pandemic, year of 2020, and 6.0% a year during the post-pandemic, barring major external shocks and assuming a favorable global trade environment. We are well positioned to achieve upper middle income status by 2026. Nonetheless, we remain acutely aware of the uncertainties that confront the global economy, ranging from systemic risk in economic institutions and technological disruption to environmental challenges. Addressing this risk and reinforcing economic resilience remain top priorities to ensure we stay firmly on the path of sustainable development. To sustain and accelerate our progress, we must embrace dynamic and decisive actions, mainstreaming efficient green transitions, fostering resilience, and harnessing innovation as new frontiers for growth. In the Philippines, we aim to realize these goals through targeted instruments, strengthened national institutions, workforce upskilling and reskilling, climate diversity resilience integration, and the revitalization of partnerships, particularly through South-South and technical cooperation. While we approach the future with optimism, we do so with realism and resolve. Unlocking greater investment opportunities will require building on our strengths, learning from each other's experiences, and ensuring that the development benefits reach all segments of our society or societies. In the spirit of shared aspiration, I warmly welcome you to fully engage in our discussions throughout this high-level conference. As a founding member of the United Nations, celebrating its 80th anniversary this year, the Philippines reaffirms its unwavering commitment to revitalizing partnerships as an essential pillar of 21st century multilateralism. I wish everyone a fruitful and meaningful conference. And to our friends and partners who have traveled from afar, we hope you enjoy both a productive and memorable stay here in the Philippines. Thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, for the warm welcome to our esteemed guests and delegates. Next, we are honored to welcome His Excellency Omar Hilal, permanent representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to the United Nations and chair of the like-minded group for middle-income countries, to deliver remarks on behalf of His Excellency Nasser Bourita, Minister of Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation and Moroccan Expatriates of the Kingdom of Morocco.
Honorable Mr. Enrique A. Manalo, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Philippines. Honorable Mr. Arsenio Secana, Secretary of the Department of Economic Planning and Development of the Philippines. Madam Undersecretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Minister, my first words will be to extend to you and to your people our sincere condolences and our sympathy following the death of several Filipino people in the attack on the street Philippine people in Toronto. Excellencies, at the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government and the people of the Philippines for their exceptional hospitality, their warm welcome, and the tireless effort undertaken to ensure the outstanding success of this important conference. I would like to convey the best regards of His Excellency Mr. Nasser Bourita, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and his regret for not being able to be with you today due to pressing commitments. He asked me to extend to you his deepest apologies. Mr. Minister has entrusted me with the task of conveying the message he would have shared with you, and I quote, "The Kingdom of Morocco welcomes the organization of this high-level ministerial conference of middle-income countries in Manila, a dynamic megacity rich in identity, culture, and history. Our countries are bonded by deep ties, rooted in our shared histories and long-standing relations. The holding of the conference coincides with the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Morocco and the Philippines, a milestone that reflects the depth and strength of our partnership. Throughout history, the bonds between our people and close friendship between our head of states have consistently enriched and strengthened our bilateral relationship, laying a solid foundation for continued friendship and collaboration. Your leadership, dedication, and spirit of cooperation have been instrumental not only in convening us here today, but also in fostering an environment of genuine partnership and solidarity among middle-income countries. The Philippines' commitment to advancing the mixed development agenda is an inspiring example for us all. Building on the key milestone of the like-minded group for middle-income countries, including the Rabat Declaration, this conference marks a pivotal step in our strategic journey to address the specific needs and challenges of middle-income countries in an international context marked by multiple and interconnected crises, uncertainty, geopolitical tension and shocks, and economic and commercial competitiveness without precedent. Given their demographic weight, their number, their growth potential, and their natural resources, mix represent a barometer of the state of development in the world. Yet, mix are the forgotten category of international development cooperation. Therefore, considering this challenging international context, our group must more than ever broaden its base, further strengthen its advocacy, and stricter its actions. In this regard, four cross-cutting priorities shall remain at the heart of our joint action, with view to strengthen and inclusive international cooperation tailored to our specific needs. First, going beyond the sole criteria of GDP to determine the multidimensional vulnerability of our economies and achieve fair, inclusive, and solidarity-driven international cooperation. Second, working toward expanded and inclusive, equitable, and predictable access to source of financing. Third, fostering sustainable and resilient economic transformation to escape the middle income trap. And fourth, repositioning cooperation and partnership within our group through innovative and solidarity-driven South-South and triangular cooperation. In this regard, under His Majesty King Mohammed VI leadership, Morocco has always placed economic and technical cooperation with its partners as fundamental priority of its foreign policy. Morocco has developed strategic partnership with countries of the Global South based on solidarity and co-development. The Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline project, the Royal Initiative to facilitate access to the Atlantic Ocean for African Sahel states, and the large-scale fertilizer production projects in several African countries illustrate our approach. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since its founding within the United Nations, the like-minded group of middle-income countries has championed the voice of our countries. With the support of all member countries and the commendable engagement of all the permanent missions in New York, the Moroccan presidency has intensified its effort to deepen our collective resolve and mobilization. These efforts have increased our group visibility and influence, as well as our cooperation with the United Nations Development System, while raising collective awareness of the specific development challenges facing our countries. The Rabat Declaration, adopted by the Ministerial Conference, organized in Morocco on February 5th and 6th, 2024, constitute both a roadmap and a call for paradigm shifts in international cooperation in favor of mix. Your Excellencies, Sir Enrique Manalo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Philippines, after more than 2 years of sustained commitment as chair of the LMG mix, I have the honor and the privilege to hand over the baton to Your Excellency. We are strongly confident that our group is entrusted to capable, visionary, and dedicated hands. The Kingdom of Morocco remains fully committed to this noble cause, and you can continue to count on our steadfast and unwavering support as we move forward together. Under your able and inspiring leadership, I'm confident that our group will reach new achievements, further strengthening our collective voice and advancing the role of middle-income countries within global governance processes. The spirit of Makati will inspire us and galvanize our efforts under your leadership to meet the expectation entrusted to us by our respective people. Let's be guided by this spirit as we continue to uphold the values of solidarity, cooperation, and innovation that define our group. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. Ambassador Hilal, we thank the Kingdom of Morocco for its excellent stewardship of the like-minded group for middle-income countries. Let us now call on the next speaker, Ms. Armida Salcia Alice Jabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific.
Honorable Enrique Manalo, Secretary for Foreign Affairs Philippines, Honorable Arsenio Balisacan, Secretary of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development Philippines, His Excellency Omar Hilale, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United Nations, it is my pleasure to address you this morning. At the outset, allow me to express our deepest appreciation to the government of the Philippines for inviting the United Nations to partner in the organization of this very important meeting. Middle-income countries constitute the majority in Asia and the Pacific. They account for 38 out of 53 member states of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Several of the largest countries globally are middle-income countries of our region. Since our region accounts for 3/5 of global population and economy, our progress, driven by the middle-income countries, will significantly determine the global trajectory towards sustainable development. Despite this, more than 2/3 of middle-income countries in the region, in Asia-Pacific, face unique challenges of small domestic markets, immense geographic distance, and lack of economies of scale. They collectively account for less than 1/10 of the region's population and 3% of its production. This shows that middle countries in our region are extremely diverse. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we gather at a time of profound changes as well as challenges with possible economic slowdown, demographic shifts, and climate shocks casting a shadow on our progress. These challenges place stability, a prerequisite for development, at risk. I would therefore like to highlight a few key issues faced by middle-income countries that require concerted action. The transition of middle-income countries to high-income status while meeting sustainable development ambitions calls for the bolstering of financing for development. This calls for domestic policy reforms aimed at expanding fiscal space, maintaining debt sustainability, and channeling resources towards productive investment. Introduction of sustainable supply chain practices, green technologies and infrastructure, inclusive business and investment, as well as decent work depend critically on actions by the private sector. I'm therefore pleased to note their participation throughout the deliberations during this conference. People are most important asset. Given anticipated demographic shifts in our region, greater labor force participation, social protection, and intergenerational collaboration are needed to ensure that everyone, including women, older generations and persons, and as well as persons with disabilities, remains well integrated into society and no one is left behind. Finally, as we celebrate the 70th anniversary of the Bandung Conference, which laid the foundations of solidarity among developing countries, I would like to underscore the importance of South-South cooperation to support development in Asia and the Pacific, as well as globally. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, the 81st session of our commission, which concluded just last week, adopted the resolution advancing the sustainable development of middle-income countries in Asia and the Pacific, which was initiated by the Philippines. The resolution called for regional cooperation and dialogue to address the specific concerns and needs of middle-income countries. It also requested the provision of analysis and context-specific capacity building on South-South cooperation, resource mobilization, including financing for development, and measures that complement or go beyond gross domestic product, among others, while taking into account the work undertaken by other regional commissions. This conference is therefore extremely timely and relevant to all of us. I look forward to hearing how countries have been able to address their specific challenges and foster regional cooperation for sustainable development. Your experiences and solutions, if scaled across the region as well as globally, tailored to meet the specific of each country, could address similar challenges faced by others. The solutions lie within the diversity in Asia and the Pacific. With this word, I thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary Alice Jabana, for your thoughtful and encouraging remarks. Now, to deliver his keynote remarks, may we call on the Honorable Enrique A. Manalo, Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines.
Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, His Excellency Omar Hilale, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to the UN, and the former chair of the like-minded group, UN Undersecretary General Armida Salcia Alishabana, Excellencies, Honorable Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the high-level Conference of Middle-Income Countries here in Manila. With 105 middle-income countries comprising 75% of the world's population and one-third of global GDP, we are a formidable group whose strong united voice can propel us as pacemakers of the global economy and international peace and security. Many of us have emerged from our respective journeys of transformation to become architects of our own destinies in this century. The Philippines takes on the chairship of the like-minded group of middle-income countries with the aim to build on the legacy of the Kingdom of Morocco and all previous chairs of the group, and to harness the strength of its 19 members as champions of multilateralism, united with other nations in a common purpose to achieve prosperity and the optimal well-being of our peoples. The Philippines is proud to host this conference, the first time it is taking place in Asia. From 2007 to 2024, our meetings took place in Spain, El Salvador, Namibia, Jordan, Belarus, Costa Rica, and of course, Morocco. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this conference rides on the momentum created by the adoption just last Friday, April 25, of a historic resolution led by the Philippines and adopted by the 81st session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP. This resolution underlines the critical role of ESCAP in advancing solutions and pathways for middle-income countries in the region. This is important because 41 of the 53 ESCAP members are MICs, or MICs. The current global landscape represents a defining moment for middle-income countries. Dramatic shifts highlight the compelling centrality of multilateralism in fostering dialogue and cooperation and reforging partnerships for resilience, efficiency, and sustainability. Middle-income countries are home to 75% of the world's population and 62% of the world's poor. At the same time, MICs account for one-third of global GDP and are major engines of economic growth. So the stakes for getting things correctly are high. And to falter under the pressures of global shifts and uncertainties is not an option. For 29 low-income countries that transitioned to middle-income country status in the past 15 years, gains from decades of persistence, populations lifted out of poverty, futures converted from despair to promise need to be preserved and protected. Woven into the paths of all MICs are threads of shared experience and challenges, such as income inequality and disparities, limiting social mobility and exacerbation of poverty, structural barriers hindering growth and investments, limited access to education and skills development, blunting economic competitiveness, vulnerabilities to global market fluctuations, and inadequate infrastructure causing inefficiencies that hinder economic expansion. The representation among MICs, including from the Asian Pacific, at this high-level conference acknowledges the need for sustained dialogue on better supporting the growth track of middle-income countries through thoughtful strategies, concrete, scalable, and impactful solutions. More to the point, it is an acknowledgement that we need each other. With stewardship of over half of the world's poor, middle-income countries must surge through internal and external challenges to attain our national development goals within an acceptable time frame. As such, we are critical contributors to the so-called last-mile run for meeting the SDG targets in 2030. We are also remolding traditional development partnerships as more MICs or MICs, including the Philippines, increase resources for South-South and technical cooperation. This is a trend that, if scaled up, could potentially result in game-changing dividends for the global development system. Carving a steady path for all middle-income countries behooves us to support strongly an international rules-based order underpinned by equity and justice. President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. has described this order as the ballast of the international community amidst periods of turmoil and change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, much thought has been put into how countries could escape the middle-income trap through healthy economic policies. Our conversations today and tomorrow should aim for concerted action to leverage the right tools and resources to assist middle-income countries throughout their growth trajectory. Let us pursue solutions suited to evolving context and needs. We should take decisive steps to mainstream green transitions, resilience strategies, and innovation as new frontiers for growth and economic enablers. We need to replace outdated metrics, finance and development assistance models to promote more empowering, robust, and inclusive approaches and partnerships. To the Philippines, this means first ensuring that economic growth is well distributed through investments in social protection programs and enhancing social safety nets. Secondly, strengthening our national institutions based upon the rule of law, good governance, and strong institutions, including through transparency in public fiscal management and anchoring long-term economic development on these factors. Thirdly, improving access to education and upskilling of our workforces, including placing emphasis on STEM to meet the demands of modern economies. Fourthly, integrating climate and biodiversity resilience in our policies as we diversify our economies into higher value sectors. Fifthly, supporting industry and small and medium enterprises. And lastly, reshaping the contours and shifting the focus of our long-standing development partnerships while taking a more active role as a South-South and technical cooperation partner to nations in the Pacific, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and Africa. And also achieving more efficiencies in the reformed UN development system. Like many MICs, the Philippines recognizes that good economics means investing in people, prioritizing environmental sustainability, ecological and climate resilience, and harnessing technology as a force for good and inclusion. My friends, ladies and gentlemen, while the Philippines is poised to transition soon to upper middle income economy status, we anchor our expectations with optimism and realism. That is why we are looking forward to learning more from our mixed counterparts on lessons learned about growing and greater resilience and sustainability and leaving no one behind. So I welcome you all to share in this spirit of hope and endeavor, encompassing our common development aspirations during this high-level conference. As a founding member of the United Nations, which marks its 80th anniversary this year, the Philippines shares with member states and the UN development system the unshakable intention to reinvigorate the power of partnerships as a critical toolbox for 21st century multilateralism. This conference is an invitation to partnerships that would go the distance in shaping a fairer and more equal world. So I wish everyone a productive conference and a pleasant stay here in Manila. And to friends and partners who have come from afar, to please have also, aside from your work, an enjoyable stay here in the Philippines. Thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you, Secretary Manalo, for your inspiring keynote address. Your message definitely sets the tone and highlights the importance of our discussions during this conference. May we request heads of delegations to proceed to the aisle for your group photo and other delegates to stand and remain by your tables for the group photo opportunity. Unmute. Thank you very much. A warm round of applause, please. We also request all of our guests to kindly remain standing. We kindly request His Excellency Antonio M. Lagdameo, Permanent Representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations, and His Excellency Omar Hilal, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to the United Nations for a brief ceremonial photo of the turnover of the chairship of the like-minded group for middle-income countries. Thank you. Kindly be seated. We will now proceed to the next part of our program, the Scene Setter, Current and Emerging Issues of Middle-Income Countries. The chair of this session is His Excellency Antonio M. Lagdameo, Permanent Representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations.
Honorable Enrique Manalo, Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Arsenio Balisacan, Secretary of Economy, Planning and Development, UN Undersecretary General Armida Salcia Aljabana, and UN Undersecretary General Haulian Su, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. It is an honor for the Philippines to assume the chairship of the like-minded group for middle-income countries, and for me to chair this scene setter on current and emerging issues of middle-income countries. We have an illustrious set of speakers this morning who will highlight key issues and trends that impact on middle-income countries. Our first speaker is my dear colleague and brother, His Excellency Omar Hilale, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to the United Nations in New York, who served as our excellent chair of the like-minded group of middle-income countries, or LMG-MICs, for 2 years. He is one of the most experienced and accomplished ambassadors in New York, leading, among others, preparations for the World Social Summit this year. He will speak about the Rabat Conference on middle-income countries held last year and the progress we have made since then, leading up to our meeting here in Manila. We also have with us Mr. Hauliang Su, Undersecretary General and Associate Administrator of the UN Development Program, who has extensive knowledge of international development across various regions of the world. The UNDP is an important and trusted development partner of all our countries and a co-organizer of this conference. We truly appreciate your presence with us, Undersecretary General Su, and the valuable support of the UNDP to the cause and interests of MICs. Our third panelist is Mr. Gonzalo Varela of the World Bank Program Leader for the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei. The World Bank is a central partner in development cooperation and financing for middle-income countries' sustainable development. Without further ado, let us begin our conversation on current and emerging issues of middle-income countries. His Excellency Hilale, dear Omar, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my dear and good brother, Ambassador Antonio Lagmeo, Permanent Representative of the Philippines to the United Nations, New York, and Chair of the Mixed Group, I would like to reiterate Morocco's highest appreciation and thanks to the government of the Philippines for successfully organizing this timely conference to advance the aspirations, priorities, and collective voices of middle-income countries. When we met in Rabat last year, we reaffirmed an undeniable reality. Middle-income countries are the engine and barometer of global growth, home to 3/4 of the world's population, and yet still grappling with multidimensional vulnerabilities. In Rabat, we committed to catalyzing a paradigm shift, moving beyond GDP and outdated income classifications to address the real, evolving needs of our countries. We committed to make the like-minded group for MIX a stronger platform for advocacy and for raising awareness about MIX opportunities and challenges, and to make our voice heard in all the international fora and intergovernmental negotiations. And we laid down a political foundation for strategic plan program of action for MIX, one built on solidarity, innovation, and partnership. Today, in Manila, we mark the decisive step forward. This conference is not only continuation, but it's a bold progression. Manila's conference signals our readiness to move from vision to structured action through the elaboration of strategic program of action for middle-income countries, a comprehensive roadmap that shall bring together governments, the UN development systems, international financial institutions, and the private sectors to boost international development cooperation with and among MICs for the next decade. Under the leadership of the Philippines presidency, we will work on designing the strategic plan around the main 5 key following pillars: ensuring smooth and resilient development transition, strengthening productive capacity, promoting social development and climate resilience, harnessing digital transformation, and building inclusive global partnership. Manila is where we lay the groundwork for turning these priorities into concrete, measurable outcomes. Another central demand we bring from Rabat and reaffirm here in Manila is the urgent need for inclusive financing mechanisms for middle-income countries. Too many of our countries face barriers to concessional finance, despite facing critical development challenges. Our discussions on this matter today and tomorrow will be crucial for advocating for new innovative financing instruments, ones that recognize our diversity and vulnerabilities, and not merely our per capita income. Financing must be accessible, predictable, and tailored to foster sustainable and for just transition. Debt, too, remains a pressing concern. Therefore, we must reiterate our call for comprehensive solutions, including the inclusion of MICs in global debt treatments, expanding debt for nature and debt for SDG swaps, and advancing the creation of a fair, multilateral sovereign and debt workout mechanism. Without resolving the debt crisis for MICs, the promise of Agenda 2030 remains elusive. We will also have crucial discussion to explore solutions for green transitions that are tailored to the context of building resilience and sustainability in MICs, South-South cooperation as an empowering modality for MICs development, leveraging the role of private sector, and thinking the digital and AI era for MICs. Finally, we are delighted to acknowledge that United Nations system itself evolves to better support middle-income countries. The LMG mix has been consistent in calling for a coherent, tailored approach to our realities and to avoid fragmented responses. We celebrate the mandate we succeeded to get in the 2020 QCPR to create of a dedicated focal point within the UN development system. We expect that the focal point will champion the needs of middle-income countries, coordinate support, and ensure that UN actions are aligned with our strategic priorities. This designation will also ensure to advance the quality and focus of the UN Secretary General report on development cooperation with MICs that we look forward to be by the end of the summer, inshallah. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, from Rabat to Manila, we are no longer just articulating challenges. We are designing solutions, building platforms for actions, and demanding coherence at all levels, global, regional, and national. Let us seize these 2 working days in beautiful Makati to think out of the box on how to empower middle-income countries, strengthen global solidarity, and lead us to a more sustainable and inclusive future. I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, dear Omar, for your informative remarks and reminding us of the journey that middle-income countries have embarked on together, as well as the road and the work that lies ahead. Let me now give the floor to Undersecretary General Su.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and also a permanent representative of the Philippines to the United Nations. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and partners. I have prepared a statement. I've been debating whether I'll read it or just take the opportunity to maybe reflect on a few points that I've heard. I probably take a risk of doing the second thing. But I would like to begin by congratulate the Philippines for assuming the chairmanship of the like-minded group for the middle-income countries. And UNDP stands behind you to provide our support. And we have heard quite a lot of descriptions about the middle-income country as a group. We know that some other country groupings have dedicated programs of action. And the middle-income country, which comprises one of the largest development grouping of countries, it does not have a specific program of action. So I think that this makes this discussion so important. Right? This Makati Declaration that we will adopt tomorrow, I think will provide a platform and a framework and a program of action. So that's why we are really, behind this effort. I want to reflect on what has happened when it comes to middle-income countries, the so-called middle-income trap. I'm going to approach the World Bank data, and Mr. Valerie, I hope you don't mind, that according to the last World Development Report, 34 countries right, graduated from middle income to high income status. So I think it's worth looking at what makes them sort of make that jump. If you look at the report, there are 5 groups of countries that made that jump. Right? One is that a group of European countries that benefited from European accession process, that implemented very deep structural reforms. And then this group of countries, like Croatia, right, Czech Republic, Estonia, Bulgaria, and so forth, right, Greece. This country made it right over the last 30 years. And there's a very deliberate strategy. And then the second group is natural resource-based countries, which had a large resource base, oil, gas, and so forth, right? So they made use of that endowment and made that shift. Then the third group is the service logistics hubs, which, for example, relied heavily on service provision, tourism, right, and logistics, like Sahel, like Malta, Barbados, right, and Seychelles. So these countries made the shift. Then the fourth group of countries is advanced industrial upgrades, right, like Republic of South Korea, Republic of Korea, right, that made this shift. Uruguay and Chile, right. So there's a deliberate strategy. And then there's this special initiative territories, and which benefited from special support, right, such as American Samoa and so forth. Now the point is that for each of these group of countries, what made them successful, I think, is the alignment between the national goals, objectives, vision for development, and the financing strategies that allowed the goals to be achieved, and then the governance system that enabled the successful implementation of their strategy. Right? So I think as I come to the Philippines, we know that the country has a 2040 vision, right? The country has a 6-year development plan, right? The goals are set. I think the country also is in a fortunate situation where the public debt is relatively small compared to other middle-income countries. So this is why, UNDP is supporting more than 80 countries working with our partners in the UN to implement these integrated national financing frameworks, which seeks to bring all sources of financing together, from public resources to domestic resources, from the public resources to private resources, and from domestic to international resources, right? Because we know that the public domestic resources alone, ODA, is not sufficient. You need to ensure that private investment is aligned towards national development objectives, but that's not easy to do, right? So this is the challenge of governments, right? That is to create the kind of incentives, legal system that will encourage private investment, but aligned to government national priorities. So this is where we do. Now, the governance is also an area of important support that we provide to our governments in partnerships. The UN ECOSOC has a framework for good public administration that has 11 principles under the headings of effectiveness, accountability, and inclusion. So if within the clear national development objectives with a financing framework, if we have institutions that can get things done with accountability and with people's views in decision making, right? I think these countries that I mentioned, 34 countries, have demonstrated that we can move from middle income to high income status, right? But there are a few things that we must do together, I think. That's perhaps my closing thoughts, and I will share my statement. What can UN do to support, right? Some mentioned that we're advocating for an integrated approach, right, to development, because nothing can be done in silos, especially when we tackle complex socio-economic challenges. So how can we work in synergy with a systems change approach, right? Looking at what we do in portfolios, right, where some may succeed, some may fail, right? But with that strategic thinking, looking at what I call nexus between planning, financing, and the governance. So this is where UN can provide a lot of support. And we're also advocating strongly for changing the international financial architecture, which previous speakers have touched on. Because the middle-income countries, governments, right, many of which are in debt distress. And the 10% of the middle-income country governments, I believe, are spend 9% of their national revenue just for debt servicing, for interest payments, for example. So we have to deal with this challenge. And the UN can also support governments to look at multidimensional measures of success, right? Because we know that GDP per capita alone does not indicate necessarily the wealth and the well-being of a country, right? So how do we use the multidimensional poverty measures more effectively? How do we look at the multi-vulnerability indexes for decision-making, for resource allocation, right? And how can we use other measures, right, to create incentives to progress. So this is where the UN can also do. South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation has been mentioned as important means for fostering learning between developing countries. This is where the UN can also provide significant support. Our office, UN's Office for South-South Cooperation is also here. There's a dedicated session on this issue. So I think this is where the UN can provide the support. And finally, I think as we talk about the development strategies, we need to look at the new means that can allow us to achieve the competitiveness, right? Moving from capital accumulation to technology infusion to innovation, right? So digital technologies, artificial intelligence, this is also areas where the UN can provide support in terms of safeguards, right? And also digital public infrastructure, where the UN is working very hard, to provide the support to our governments. So I just again, this meeting is really important, and the UN system, development system agencies, many of which are here, will stand behind the efforts of the like-minded groups. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Undersecretary General, for sharing these insights and telling us about the role of the UNDP in accompanying MICs in their development trajectories and in addressing pressing challenges. I now give the floor to Mr. Varela of the World Bank.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary Balisacan, Excellencies, distinguished participants. Good morning. Middle-income countries are at a crossroad. The path ahead is steeper than it used to be, and the margin of error is also smaller. Middle-income countries are also where development happens, where development is decided. They represent about 108 countries. They're home to 60% of the global poor. They are no longer the world's periphery. They account for 75% of the population. It was said in an intervention before, 40% of global GDP. The global fight for poverty, inclusive growth, climate action will be lost or won with middle-income countries. Many of these middle-income countries also have big ambitions. Take, for example, India, targeting 2047 to become a high-income country. Take Vietnam, 2045. Take the national ambition of the Philippines to become a middle-class society where no one is poor, 2040. Now, what history tells us is that we need to be cautious and we need deliberate efforts. My co-panelist, Mr. Xu, mentioned the middle-income trap. Many have mentioned the middle-income trap. Truth is, since 1970, the average income per capita of middle-income countries has never risen above 10% of the average income per capita of the US. Middle-income countries are 3 times as likely to experience growth slowdowns than high-income countries. And there's a debate out there whether the middle-income trap truly exists or not. The empirical pattern, however, is quite clear. Growth slows sharply as countries move from low to upper middle income. Again, Undersecretary General mentioned this pattern. Out of the 100+ countries that reached middle income status since the 1960s, only 34 made it to high income. The rest are, you can say, relatively stuck there. Most of the countries that made it actually are small countries, European small countries that acceded to the European Union or have some sort of agreement with the European Union, some outliers in East Asia, some outliers in Latin America, Uruguay, Chile, Panama. All together, these countries represent 250 million people, less than the population of Pakistan. The fact is that development gets harder the further you go, and this pattern is a familiar pattern, it's intuitive. It happens in scientific progress too. The further we go, the more difficult it is to discover new things. Economic progress is similar. The further you go, then the reforms you need to get processed get more difficult because the easier ones have been done already. What got countries to be middle income will not get them to be high income. Low wages, rents from commodity booms, investment booms. So what happens is the growth process runs out of steam. If it was led by capital accumulation, investment, what works for a level of income per capita of $2,000 doesn't deliver at $6,000. You need productivity gains, and productivity gains are typically more elusive to get. Institutions harden. There are entrenched interests that resist reforms, resist disruption. Dominant firms lobby for protection and get protection, and markets then lose contestability, lose competition. Human capital challenges emerge more prominently because as countries grow past middle income levels, they need to upgrade in value chains, and that requires different types of skills. Middle income countries often lack the STEM and digital skills that are needed to adopt or adapt technologies that are developed at the frontier. Given that we're here in the Philippines, let me just mention a few things from a very good example of a middle-income country that is doing relatively well. Philippines, over the last 15 years, doubled the size of its economy. Unemployment reached a record low in 2024 at 3.8. Underemployment, the labor force participation of females increased quite substantially, even from low levels. Spatial inequality has narrowed, which was a big propeller of growth. The challenge ahead from the Philippines, as it is for many middle-income countries, is to make productivity power grow, right? It's to ensure contestability and more competition in its markets, ensure that the tradable sector gains force. Tradable sector, a crucial sector for more and better job creation. The challenge is also to make frontier firms the ones that drive employment creation through innovation rather than through complacency. So the agenda here in the Philippines, as it is in many other countries, is keep doubling down on those structural reforms that helped double the size of the economy in the last 15 years, so that more productivity, more competition, more innovation gets you to that next level. Let me also mention another country that is also making me biased. I'm talking about Philippines, the country I live. I'm also going to mention Uruguay, the country I'm from. Uruguay is not often cited in development circles, but perhaps it could be. It crossed the high-income threshold relatively recently, not through radical reforms or commodity windfalls, but through policy consistency, institutional maturity, and a steady embrace of global integration, despite being in one of the most protected parts of the world. It remains one of the few Latin American countries to sustain modest but steady growth while avoiding macro instability. And perhaps if we have to extract a lesson there, is that progress needs not necessarily spectacular patterns, but it needs to be sustained over time. Gradualism, incrementalism can work when it's built on institutions that are capable. Let me also say more generally what successful middle-income countries do differently from those that get stuck. And again, citing from our last World Development Report that looked in detail at the middle-income trap, let me say three things. Three things that are crucial is discipline incumbents, that is, bring more openness and competition into markets. Reward merit. Rewarding merit is also a part of discipline incumbents. It's about bringing competitions. It's ensuring that markets work. It's ensuring that those that have skills are the ones that get better returns. It's about firms that perform better are the ones that actually get the benefits from that outperformance. And it's also leverage crisis as catalysts for good and difficult reforms. These are three things that we see middle-income countries that succeeded to have done: disciplining incumbents through competition, rewarding merit, and taking advantage of crisis for pushing for reforms. The real trap is comfort. The middle-income trap looks more like a series of plateaus rather than a cliff. And so the danger there is not so much collapse, but complacency. For middle-income countries, the pace of past progress is likely not going to be enough. They face a world of trade policy uncertainty. They face a world in which technology disruptions may break that growth and jobs link that we saw before. New jobs are going to come up. Think generative AI. Old jobs may disappear. We need to be ready to ensure that workers can adapt in this respect, and middle-income countries are going to be particularly affected by this. So the challenge here is quite important. So there is no one-size-fits-all model. Successful middle-income countries, think South Korea, think Chile, think Poland, combined investment with openness, with innovation, empowering firms, empowering workers, and empowering local governments. Today, middle-income countries can rewire their growth strategies, embracing structural reforms, disciplining incumbents, rewarding merits. The cost to delay is a generation of stalled development. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Señor Varela. Your remarks have helped further set the stage for the in-depth, substantive, and interactive discussions to be held over the course of the next 2 days. Let me extend my thanks again to all our speakers for their statements that gave us much to reflect upon and set out the scope of our discussions at this conference. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I wish to close this initial scene-setting segment of the program. There will be a short coffee break for all participants as we transition to our first thematic panel discussion on financing development for middle-income countries. Thank you again, and may you all have a fruitful meeting and delightful stay in the Philippines. Mabuhay.
Thank you very much to Ambassador and Permanent Representative Lagdameo and our esteemed speakers, His Excellency Omar Hilal, Undersecretary General Hao Liang-shi, and Mr. Varela for the insightful remarks on the current and emerging issues facing middle-income countries. We will begin our first thematic panel discussion in a few minutes. We kindly request our guests to settle down as our first thematic panel discussion will begin shortly. Once again, we request all of our guests and delegates to kindly settle down as our first thematic panel discussion will begin shortly. Once again, we kindly request all of our guests and delegates to kindly settle down in their seats as our first thematic panel discussion will begin very shortly. We kindly request all of our guests to settle down in their seats as our first thematic panel discussion will begin in a few moments. Once again, kindly settle down as our first thematic panel discussion will begin in a few moments.
Can I please request you to settle down, take your seats, so we can start the first thematic panel discussion? Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request you to take your seats so we can start the discussion for thematic panel 1?
Yeah. Okay, so let's begin our thematic panel discussion 1 on funding the future, financing development in middle-income countries. I'm Hamza Ali Malik, Director of Macroeconomic Policy and Financing for Development Division from UN SCAP. In the interest of time, I won't be sharing my scene-setting remarks, which I thought I'll be sharing, but you have already heard quite a bit from the opening session, the context and issues pertaining to middle-income countries. And I'm very privileged to have a very distinguished set of panelists, so I'll leave it up to them to take us through the more technical discussions a bit later on. Before we start the proceedings, let me start by inviting Honorable Mr. Joseph Capuno, Undersecretary for Investment Programming, Department of Economy, Planning and Development, National Economy and Development Authority of Philippines. Mr. Capuno, please kindly share some scene-setting remarks for this panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, On behalf of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, or DepDev, formerly NEDA, we thank you for the opportunity to speak at this conference today. The global environment has undergone significant shifts, becoming increasingly complex and volatile. The evolving challenges that come with this impact developing nations the hardest, making the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 even more difficult to realize. As we look toward the future of global development, we must adopt a holistic and strategic approach to formulating government plans and coordinating national efforts as one nation. This approach is even more critical for middle-income countries or MICs that are making progress but still face significant challenges during transition. Despite our gains, we remain vulnerable to external shocks, rising debt burdens, and the uncertain effects of climate change. Transitions of MICs often come with a shift in access to resources. As countries move up the income ladder, eligibility for concessional financing and access to traditional official development assistance begin to diminish. With this, new priorities arise, necessitating stronger domestic institutions, heightened international cooperation, more sophisticated mechanisms for managing debt and raising revenue, provision of innovative solutions, and a renewed focus on effective financing for development. To support this, we must begin by reforming our methodologies and criteria for sustainable development, particularly by adopting new frameworks that reflect the complex and diverse realities on the ground, allowing us to make more informed decisions on financing priority programs. We also need to establish stronger and more realistic strategic partnerships, noting that development efforts are often fragmented across different sectors and actors. Improving coordination among development partners can better harmonize support to the country. This means working together to design strategies that support transitions of MICs to a higher income threshold. The private sector also plays a critical role in this transition. MICs should attract foreign direct investments and create business environments where innovation and entrepreneurship can thrive. Further, the framework of public-private partnerships, or PPP, can help bridge financing gaps, especially for infrastructure projects. In 2024, NEDA introduced the PPP Code and its implementing rules and regulations, which provided a more streamlined processing and implementation of PPP projects in the Philippines. While we acknowledge that private capital may not be suitable for all sectors or all countries, it must complement traditional forms of development assistance. As MICs, we must also leverage knowledge sharing and multilateralism, exchanging experiences, lessons learned, and good practices among peers. This collaborative approach can help address common challenges and build capacity in ways that are both relevant and effective. For instance, by mapping out these needs, competencies, and advantages of South countries, we can fully utilize mechanisms such as the South-South and triangular cooperation that offer immense value. It is also important that we address the mobilization of capital through traditional and innovative tools. By leveraging concessional funds alongside private and public financing through blended mechanisms, we can enhance the efficiency of resource utilization, ensuring that it delivers greater impact and value. Furthermore, we recognize the crucial role of domestic resources as a primary source of financing for development through effective taxation, collection, and administration processes. It is essential that we strengthen the tax systems, combat tax evasion, and establish equitable and efficient processes that promote compliance. At the same time, we must maintain a long-term perspective, focusing on debt sustainability and transparency, which requires the establishment of robust debt management frameworks and the promotion of full openness concerning borrowing and repayment practices. As we prepare for transition to upper middle income country status, the Philippine government will implement reforms outlined under the 2022-2028 medium-term fiscal framework to rebuild fiscal space and improve credit ratings, emphasizing the government's commitment to fiscal consolidation and debt sustainability. We also underscore the importance of technical and financial assistance that international organizations and financial institutions can extend to MICS to assist in the formulation of sound revenue and tax policies and strengthen capacity for tax collection and revenue generation. There's also a need to review debt structuring and debt relief initiatives to be more comprehensive and accessible to MICS during times of unprecedented economic shocks, such as the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical commitments, and climate-related disasters. In summary, the path ahead is complex but holds immense potential. By thinking holistically, forging strong partnerships, and using innovative financing tools, MICS will be better equipped to manage the challenges of transition, aiming for greater resilience and prosperity. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Capuno, for your very succinct yet right to the point remarks, setting the scene for discussion that we about to take place. In the interest of time, I did not share any more context on the session, but I invite you to go through the background document that we have prepared for this particular session. It is available on conference webpage. Let me jump straight into the discussion here. Let me start with you, Ms. Ranchana. So Ms. Ranchana Pongsapan, she is the group head and lead economist at ASEAN +3 Macroeconomic Research Officer at AMRO. Middle-income countries find themselves caught between the limitations of traditional economic growth approaches, low productivity and middle-income trap and those kind of concerns we already heard about, and the imperative to meet sustainable development ambitions, climate ambitions. In this particular context, what are the unique financing for development challenges that confront middle-income countries in your opinion, given the particular development stage they are in? What are the prospects of middle-income countries in financing their development ambitions, given the new realities, complex challenges, emerging uncertainties, such as the recent announcements regarding trade policies and so on and so forth? So if you can wrap up your initial remarks in 4 to 5 minutes, that would be wonderful. I'll come back to you for the second round later on. Please.
Okay, thank you, Hamza. Since I have a very limited time, so I would like to go straight into identifying the key challenges and then the solution that we can have. So the key challenges to the middle-income countries, that's both in terms of development itself as well as the financing. So in the development itself, as we have heard here and there again, that many of the middle-income countries are stuck in the middle-income trap. But what do we mean by that? It is where we experience the slowdown in growth as diminishing return sets in for the intensive use of the capital and labor. And we still struggle to transition to the high income. This is because of the limited productivity growth. But once we identify that this is because of the productivity growth that seems to be limited, it actually comes from the fact that although we have been investing a lot in the capital, but this is not accompanied with the productivity growth and human capital development. So what the government would have to do in order to resolve that, which will link to the financing side. So basically, the government would need to, as we know, move to productivity-led growth. So this requires the developmental role of the government. So they need to move to the high value added, improve the human capital, and provide the enabling environment through the infrastructure and governance. So with all of this requires financing. So in terms of the financing, middle-income countries also face challenges because a lot of countries have high debt and they don't have sufficient fiscal room to do that. Even though we are under the stage where there's also some cyclical challenges, as Hamza already mentioned, that we are going through the trade war and so on. So there's a lot of spending that will be needed there. So what do we do? Of course, on the government side, we need to create the fiscal room, and the scene setting session has already mentioned about resolving the debt issues. And then in terms of the fiscal room, what else can we do? Which I will come back a bit later. So revenues will need to be raised. Of course, there could be several ways in doing this. So expand the revenue base, or using technology to help expanding this, or actually find a new source of revenue, or actually beyond the government itself. We probably could go for like the combination of the revenue, the source of financing from the government together with the private sector, which is the PPP, the public-private partnership. So the Undersecretary already mentioned that that's one way of doing it. In addition to that, we also need to look into how to improve the private financing. So here, we're talking about the financial system. In most of the middle-income countries, banks are already providing the main the financing to the economy itself. But how do we make sure that banks are more inclusive? How do we make sure that there's better access for the SMEs? And could there be more providers in terms of intermediaries? And in terms of the financial markets, how do we make sure that we can develop the financial markets, equity and bond market, to make sure that they can step up as the spare tires to the banking system? And so another additional source of financing that we could aim for, and a lot of countries in this region has been looking into, is the FDIs. So the foreign direct investment can also be important source of financing, as well as bringing in the technology. So let me just stop here for the moment, and then I will provide the examples later in the next round. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think you have touched upon the main themes: domestic revenue mobilization or fiscal space importance, public-private partnership, capital market development, engagement of SME, and so on and so forth. Let me pick up one of the themes with you, Robert. Robert Booth is a principal economist from Asian Development Bank, sitting right next to me. So let's talk a little bit about the importance of domestic revenue mobilization. I think it's arguably considered as the cornerstone of any credible development financing strategy. This becomes particularly important for middle-income countries, given their relatively limited access to concessional financing compared to low-income countries. So, in your opinion, what can middle-income countries take to enhance tax revenues in particular and strengthen fiscal positions in general? What role can international community, including development partners such as Asian Development Bank, can undertake in this regard?
Sure. Thanks very much, Hamza. Very good morning, distinguished delegates and colleagues. This is a great opportunity and very timely for us. My own organization, ADB, of course, middle-income countries are extremely important clients, and we're in the process of updating our operational sort of strategy for engaging with MIX right now, so very timely. So on DRM, of course, very hot topic for all countries right now in the development literature, very important, especially in the environment of global volatility that we see. And in increased exposure to some of the external shocks. There's a lot of discussion happening at ADB about fiscal resilience and how do we work with middle-income countries to build that fiscal resilience in the face of these additional shocks. Of course, a wide range of reforms that it's possible to look at on the policy side, the administration side. But the area I wanted to talk a little bit about this morning, slightly more controversial, is tax incentives. So in other words, special benefits, deductions, exemptions, which theoretically generate some positive benefit, but have some costs when it comes to the revenues that government can actually end up mobilizing. So tax incentives of themselves, neither necessarily good nor bad, but when they're not carefully thought out, when they're not well executed, they can be expensive. And some estimates, for example, when we look at developing Asia, between 2 to 5% of GDP lost because of wasteful or poorly executed tax incentives. So this is a huge source of revenue that potentially we're foregoing. So why is this important for MICS in particular? Well, partly because there's usually a very strong push to promote investment in middle-income countries. So investment promotion agencies, often very well endowed and very powerful in middle-income countries, and sometimes they have objectives which are not fully congruent with that of the tax authority or the revenue administration. And so this can create a real tension where, again, you have uncoordinated policy leading to a significant amount of revenue that is being foregone. So what can we do about wasteful tax incentives, or how do we understand a little bit better the potential costs, some of these tax expenditures? And this is where the international community and development institutions like ADB can play a role. First is understanding the size of the problem. So for many countries, they may not be fully aware of the impact that their tax incentives or their investment promotion is having, both in terms of what it's achieving, but also in terms of the potential cost, the revenues foregone, the tax expenditures. And this is an area where there's a bunch of really interesting analytical tools where development finance institutions can help build that capacity within the tax administration or within government broadly to just have a kind of a clear, open-eyed view of the impact, both positive and negative, of different types of tax incentives. So understanding the sort of nature and size of the problem. The second thing is facilitating coordination between key bodies within government, and in particular the tax authority or the revenue administration and investment promotion agencies. So there's always going to be some healthy tension, but this is an area where you need to have very strong open discussion about what types of activities or investment you're trying to promote, what types of incentives are acceptable, and what type of benefits you expect to see for a given cost that you're willing to accept in terms of tax expenditures that you're foregoing. So building that capacity and facilitating that coordination between key players in government. And then the last thing is setting expiry dates. So, of course, when you introduce a tax incentive, it's very hard to take away because people get used to the benefits. Companies say, oh, we can't do without it, we'll move if you take it away. So setting expectations from the start about, that this is a limited kind of time-bound, trying to achieve a specific objective so that you're managing expectations. And then at the close, subjecting them to rigorous review to see and understand whether you've achieved your goals, at what cost, and what lessons you can apply for the next round. Let me pause there, but it's an interesting area for discussion and also dialogue, given that there's some game theory involved. So good to work on.
Excellent. Thanks, Rob, for zeroing in on one aspect of domestic revenue mobilization, tax incentives. I don't think so it's controversial. I think it's worth discussing in the context of overarching theme of trying to strengthen fiscal positions. In the background paper that I was referring to, we've also talked about shared SCAP's research on tax potentials and how much countries are actually collecting given their current economic structure and tax policy structure, and how much they can actually potentially raise without new taxes by making adjustments, including on tax incentives and few other aspects. So there are what we sometimes call low-hanging fruits in some sense to raise revenues, which can then support development ambitions and so on and so forth. So certainly a point worth bringing to the table. Let me turn to my next panelist, Mr. Sajid Amin. Sajid is the Deputy Executive Director of Sustainable Development Policy Institute in Pakistan. I'm sure, Sajid, you won't be surprised. Everybody has talked about debt distress these days quite a bit. And debt vulnerabilities have risen considerably since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic globally, and middle-income countries are no exception to this. So in your opinion, what measures can be taken by middle-income countries and international financial institutions to mitigate debt distress risks and thus create fiscal space for development financing. What measures need to be put in place to reform the international debt resolution mechanisms? I think there was a talk of reforming international financial architecture in the morning session as well, including to support, for instance, long-term debt assessments, debt payment suspensions, debt restructuring in middle-income countries, and such related measures. Over to you.
Thank you, Hamza. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. There is so much discussion on debt that I didn't feel that I'm out of Pakistan. It feels I'm sitting in Pakistan where every day we start discussions with the debt. I think in 5 minutes, Hamza is asking me sort of to solve all the systemic issues of debt distress and debt crisis. Let me give it a try. I think first and foremost thing at the global financial architect needs to do is to acknowledge that the system is not working. The current global financial architect is not working. Not for least income countries, not for middle income countries. Because the system is structurally designed for liquidity and the short-term solutions. The longer-term solutions, the sustainability, the development financing that we are talking is not, the system is not designed for that, the global financial architect. Let me give you a very example, a sort of interesting anecdote that I was invited as a working group on ending the debt trap. I was invited in Addis Ababa. And out of 10 presentations, 9 was, let's build capacity of parliamentarians to end the debt trap. There was not a single presentation on responsible lending. Every presentation was on responsible borrowing. So this is the level, the acknowledgement, the part of lending. This is where the global financial architect comes in. You see, the advice does not change even. It's the same advice. No matter it's the least income country, middle income country, you are in 2010 or you are in 2020-25. So the burden shifts to the borrower all the time, the lender. So I think first thing that we need to do from this UN Forum and the Financing for Development, what is the responsibility of responsible lending? This is where I think the global financial architect need to realize first and foremost thing. Then there are some technical solutions, because I see the political commitment is at the top. That's why I have given 4 out of my 5 minutes on this one, because the technical part is easy to do once you have a political commitment. And just to bulletin, integrate sustainability in sustainability assessments. Number 1, move it from GDP, beyond GDP per capita, beyond liquidity. You need to bring in development needs in sustainability assessments. This is the technical part that can be done. Integrate. Then also, in terms of mix, I think the private creditors can be a part of solution, but they'll also be a part of problem when it's debt treatments when it comes to. So I think this kind of framework that we need is to bring private creditors mostly in there. And lastly, I think we need to institutionalize concessional financing, particularly on climate change. Right now, I'll close with this example that if you start a debt swap now, 2025, the system is so complex, so longer, that you have already passed 2030 SDGs agenda, and you will be still talking about the debt swaps. That will be just around 500 million total that will be coming out. So it is too complex, too lengthy, and too little comes out of it. I have examples from Pakistan, but I'm over my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sajid, for being very succinct and again to the point and raising very pertinent points for discussion. I might come back to some of them in a follow-up question to you in a minute. System is not working. That's the fundamental message. And there are aspects that can be addressed. And I think that's the entire purpose of this entire middle-income high-level conference, trying to put across some of those ideas in the global conversations. Let's change gear a little bit, switch to the other aspect of financing. We talked about domestic resource mobilization. We have talked about the debt issue. Although these issues are central, the importance of private sector cannot be underestimated. In this regard, let me invite my last panelist here, Ms. Cheryl Virano. She is a Senior Vice President of Arthaland Corporation. Cheryl, although central, we understand that public finance alone cannot entirely support the financing of development ambitions of a country, of middle-income country. Effective engagement and support of private finance is also critical. In this regard, efficient financial intermediaries and a well-developed supportive market infrastructure are vital for financing development ambitions in middle-income countries. From the perspective of private sector, what kind of policy interventions, regulatory improvements, institutional infrastructure that you think are needed to improve the financial system, deepen the capital markets, and facilitate the flow of private finance in support of development ambitions? Over to you, Cheryl.
Hello. Thank you, Hamza, and good morning, everybody. That is a very complex question, and I can only try to suggest an answer from my own perspective. My co-panelists here have actually tried to explain it from a very macro economic level, very high level, and from a policy standpoint. And I'm about to take it now to a very micro level. And I suppose any answer to that can only be expressed from our own experience as a company trying to operate in the Philippines. For proper context, I'd like to give a background of Arthaland's fundraising strategies. We are a real estate developer with a development portfolio that is composed entirely of sustainable real estate projects in the Philippines. And three things to note in that statement. The first is, as a real estate company, our returns are amplified by a factor of more than 1.0 whenever there's a very suitable macroeconomic environment. But also, our challenges are amplified by a factor of more than 1.0 times whenever the macroeconomic environment is not steady and certain challenges are out there. So that's number one. Number two is that our business is very capital intensive. In real estate development, you're looking at very long-term financing. And it's not just financing, first of all, for land acquisition for the developer, but all the way to our end buyers who actually get to live in our residential projects and the investors who purchase our commercial projects. And our fundraising activities, thirdly, are executed within a sustainable finance framework because all of our projects are sustainable. And because we operate within a sustainable finance framework, that in itself carries its own challenges and intricacies. Financing is crucial to us as a medium-sized company in the Philippines, and we recently executed a 5 times in 5-year growth objective, and we raise financing on 4 levels. The first is we are a publicly listed company, and as such, we have been able to issue 4 tranches of preferred shares, which were listed on the Philippine Stock Exchange, as well as 2 tranches of ASEAN Green Bonds, which were listed on the Philippine Dealing Exchange. So here, on this first front, in terms of our capital raising, I'd like to express probably one suggestion would be to improve the financial literacy, to increase the volume of flows from retail investors. For our issuances, 70 to 80% of the funding came from the retail market. This is not from institutional investors. This is from the man on the street who would like to invest in our investment opportunities. I have lost count of middle and even senior level managers who wanted to know the basics of investing, the options out there, and the steps to open trading accounts. I think there is so much to be gained by educating the man on the street here. And further, we would like to suggest probably streamlining the process so that companies like us can have a better chance of a clear market, because we do compete sometimes with the Bureau of Treasury itself and with other bigger issuers in terms of fundraising. We also have bilateral loan agreements with Philippine banks. And for this, my suggestion from where I stand would be to revisit the mandated real estate limits with a specific special limit probably for sustainable developments. Because sometimes we are told by the banks that they have reached their mandated real estate limit set by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. And I understand where that is coming from, but I suppose for sustainable developments, probably there might be, a separate limit out there. We also attract financing from joint venture agreements with foreign developers. And interestingly, for our end buyers, we actually are in partnership with the National Home Mortgage Financing Corporation for their Balay Berda financing program, which gives concessional financing for our end buyers, not for Arthaland, but for the buyers of our projects, for as long as these projects are certified sustainable under the EDGE program of the IFC. Yeah, so certain things like that, I think, should continue, and more incentives should be given to further financing programs like those.
Thank you, Cheryl, from bringing some of the perspectives, importance of overall macro environment. I think as a big picture, always a point we hear from the private sector perspective. I'm glad to hear you're working with sustainable finance frameworks already, which I'll come back to you, I think, a bit later, and of course, importance of financial literacy as a whole and development. Let me go back to the second round of questions. Let me start with you, Rob. You like talking about controversial subjects, right? So let me provoke you a little bit over here. It's not controversial, it's a little bit important, I think, from a middle-income country's perspective. The issue of concessional financing. So access to concessional financing is still very important for middle-income countries, given limited fiscal space, and it can affect as a very effective de-risking mechanism to attract private finance. How can the current practices that are prevailing in international institutions be reformed around eligibility exceptions for concessional finance, thinking beyond income criteria, basically? How can multidimensional assessments be considered to overcome the limitations of relying solely on income-based criteria for evaluating development progress and access to finance by middle-income countries?
Okay, well, this is a great question. And I think at its heart is a really fundamental sort of question about the role and relationship between development finance institutions and middle-income countries. So, in other words, do you believe that the role of DFIs like ADB, for example, is just to promote income growth and help them graduate from assistance and support? Or, do you believe that middle-income countries are extremely important contributors to, regional development, to public goods, and in fact, it's in everybody's best interest to have a strong, sustained partnership and engagement between development finance institutions and middle-income countries. And as you can probably tell from my prologue, we believe the latter, I believe the latter, ADB believes the latter. This is articulated. We had a review of our corporate strategy last year, and a big part of that message was the new challenges that our region is facing are particularly relevant for middle-income countries. They have a huge role to play, and so we need to build that relationship. And part of that is the financial support as well. Incidentally, it also just so happens that engaging with middle-income countries, and especially upper middle-income countries, is good for the balance sheets of development finance institutions as well. The risk-adjusted return on capital is very high for lending that we do in particularly upper middle-income countries. Now, lots of discussion these days about an evolving understanding of vulnerability, poverty, multidimensional. It takes into account a lot of different factors. We saw, of course, very recently, COVID, global crisis, how a health crisis can spill over into an economic, financial crisis with all sorts of different dimensions. And we know that these types of shocks are becoming more regular and more severe. So in that context, we do need to think a little bit differently about access to concessional support. And that's part of the reason that ADB's graduation policy is actually multidimensional. So it's not just income levels that we look at. We also look at access to creditworthiness, so the availability of financing from other sources. But perhaps more importantly, we look at institutional factors. So this is where that multidimensional understanding of vulnerability really needs to come in. What types of risks are countries facing? How strong are their institutions, and what work do we need to do to kind of build their ability to respond to and prepare for the types of shocks that we'll see today and in the future. So the bottom line is, I think very much agree that sustained engagement with middle-income countries is critical for organizations like ADB, for development of the region and globally. Finance remains a key part of that partnership, and so we need to look at those institutional dimensions in addition to just income levels and perhaps creditworthiness as well. Let me pause there.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks. I fully agree. I mean, I'm glad ADB has revisited their corporate strategy, and you believe in sustained partnerships and are willing to consider, of course, several of the criteria. And I hope this becomes a little more prominent as countries engage with multilateral institutions. I want to come back to you, Cheryl. You referred to something called sustainable finance. This is something we in ASCAP work quite actively on and promoting, and not just promoting finance or capital markets, but finance and capital markets for sustainable development, essentially, right? So in this regard, there's a whole array of things: sustainable finance roadmaps, frameworks, taxonomies, disclosure standards, reporting requirements for the banking and capital participants, and so on and so forth. How can they be ensured that private finances, how can these revisited or addressed, or some things that you think are missing should be there from the perspective of private finance that needs to be there to put in place in these frameworks, taxonomy, disclosure standards? Could you please share some insights on how these aspects should be strengthened further in your experience? Any ideas?
Sure, Hamza. In our case, we crafted our green financing framework back in 2019, so that was a good 6 years ago. And this was for our first issuance of the ASEAN Green Bonds. And at that time, we already wanted to align with international taxonomies on sustainable finance to avoid greenwashing, which is something that was, against our principles. And so at that time, because there was no taxonomy yet in the Philippines, we aligned with 3 separate taxonomies: the International Capital Markets Association taxonomy, Loan Market Association, and the ASEAN Green Bond Standards. So fast forward to today, that's a lot of separate standards, but today, thankfully, version 3 of the ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance was released in December 2024. After a series of dialogue and consultations with practitioners and stakeholders such as myself. And I participated on these dialogues on behalf of Arthaland. One key theme to marry in all of those discussions was always, and it's always a difficult discussion, is number one, that desire to have a uniform and standard definition of green activities, and 2, the need to customize that definition to the specific conditions on the ground for each economy. One specific example in that last round of version was that there's a language now for construction and real estate which required projects to achieve, quote unquote, the highest standard for green building certifications. And so while that might work, let's say in a European context or maybe even in a more advanced economy in Asia, within the Philippine context, this will exclude residential real estate from sustainable funding simply because it is very difficult to achieve the highest, which is LEED Platinum, for instance. No? In the Philippines, for residential real estate, the highest ever achieved is still LEED Gold, simply because it's a lot more complex, to produce it here. And so something like that illustrates that need to marry those 2 separate. You want to be uniform, but at the same time, you want to customize it for the specific conditions of a given economy. So 3 highlights, the need to get involved in continuing discussions, and we have to spend time with that. It takes time away from our jobs, what we have to do it. Number 2 is providing a clear transition period so that companies who want to adopt that can actually be able to adopt that over a reasonable period of time. And 3rd is providing for different levels of adoption depending on the readiness of the ASEAN member states. And so then we can have a unified, taxonomy in ASEAN region.
Thanks, Cheryl, for being very, very clear on these last 3 things. This is something actually at ASCAP we're promoting quite actively as well. Engaged conversations, dialogues consistently with multiple stakeholders. That's, I think, is critical to understand each other's perspective, of course. And then the importance of detailed transition plans. It cannot happen overnight that you issue some regulation and certainly private sector starts following that. So there needs to be a very clearly defined targets and then mid-level indicators how you are progressing on those plans. And of course, variation across adoptership levels. So thank you very much. Let me come back to you, Ranjana, on something a little more open-ended in a way. We know broad recommendations based on the experience of advanced countries, how those countries have already have achieved high income level status. We are aware of those experiences. But are there any specific financing for development policy measures and innovations that you think, in your experience, middle income countries have undertaken that have been tested and proven successful? If yes, what are they? What are your recommended policy actions to facilitate, in turn, accessible, impactful, high-quality financing to support the development ambitions of middle-income countries?
Thank you, Hamza. So this is a rather complex question, but of course we still have the good examples, especially from within this region. So let me share with you. So this is going to follow on from what I talked about earlier in the first round. We talk about the financing that can be increased from the government side by building a little bit more of the fiscal room. We're talking about what we can do in terms of the government and the private partnership. And we talk about probably banking sector can do even more in order to provide the financing or the financial market itself. So just to provide you with some example, on the fiscal side, I alluded to the broadening of the tax base in order to increase the overall revenue and give fiscal space. A good example from this region is that a lot of countries has implemented e-invoicing, which proved to be quite successful in reducing the tax evasion, underreporting, as well as lower compliance costs. So many countries are doing this at different stages: the Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, as well as China. So that is one thing that you can consider to increase the revenue. Another type is to actually have the new type of taxes. So this is where we take the advantage of the new activities on the digital side. So a lot of countries has introduced digital services tax, like in Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. E-commerce VAT on overseas sellers, like Indonesia, Thailand, and the Philippines. And of course, in the Philippines, there are also other type of tax, such as sugar taxes. So broaden the tax base, increase the new types of tax to bring in more revenue. So that is on the government side. And on the private sector financing, a lot has been discussed about what more the banking sector can do, and then what more can the regulators actually provide the environment for them to reach out more to the underserved and so on. So a lot of the infrastructure that is being experimented here in ASEAN Plus 3 is much to do with how do we address the information asymmetry, which is the key obstacle to SMEs in accessing finance. So there's the move towards this open finance data infrastructure by Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. Although we are still in the early stages of developing this infrastructure, but we hope that with the better information, then the banking sector will be more willing to provide financing to SMEs and smaller players with the better information. And at the same time, in certain countries like the Philippines, Malaysia, as well as Indonesia, also allow the virtual banks and fintech to provide financial services to the underserved. So I think this is also a good idea. So fixing the data as well as introducing the new players to make sure that the banking sector can serve better. And in terms of the financial markets, equity and bond market, ASEAN Plus 3 is pretty much known for the regional initiative like the ASEAN Plus 3 Bond Market Initiative or ABMI. So this is crucial in promoting the local currency bond market and cross-border investment. And so looking at that, in terms of the development, the strong development in the local currency bond market and equity market can be seen in Malaysia and Thailand, although this has been a journey of several decades before they become successful. In terms of the last point here that I mentioned earlier about bringing in external financing, especially from the FDI, what you need to prepare is, of course, to provide the enabling environment, which probably matters a little bit more than the incentive itself. So in doing so, the government can provide macroeconomic stability, regulatory environment, political and institutional stability, rule of law, infrastructure readiness, as well as the labor market competitiveness. So a few examples of countries who can attract FDIs to a great extent is, of course, China in the EV, renewable energy, Vietnam in manufacturing and electronics, as well as Malaysia in the semiconductor sector. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Ranchana, for sharing a range of actual very specific examples from the region, especially from ASEAN countries, regarding tax-based issues, how countries have improved those things, especially use of digitalization, addressing infosymmetry issues, fintech, and so on and so forth. Local currency market development is in particular a very flagship, I would say, a known example of ASEAN Plus 3. So thanks for that, for sure. In fact, the background note at the paper that I was referring to, we also note, when you look at the last 20 years of history of Asia-Pacific experiences in lifting the tax GDP ratios, they have done tremendous progress overall, from about 13.1% to 18.3% on average. And there are three lessons we see. One of them is actually importance of improving tax administration's capacity, the fundamental factor that has caused improvements in tax revenue collection, in particular through the use of digitalization in more recent years. Second one is actually the prudent use of tax incentives. And third one is actually the streamlining of tax rates and so on and so forth. Last but not least, let me come back to you, Sajid. I know you're engaged with the Global Financing for Development process. You've been engaged with the Addis Ababa process. Lately, you have been engaged, I know, with the ongoing discussions regarding the forthcoming conference taking place in Spain in early July. So what are the just 3 or maybe 4 financing for development issues and policy advocacies that, in your opinion, middle-income countries should raise at the forthcoming 4th International Conference on Financing of Development, and that, in your opinion, should become part of the future global financing of development framework?
Thank you, Hamza. I think my challenge was there were so many challenges to pick top 3 challenges that I need to recommend. But I think let's understand that this, and I think this is already very well understood, that this Financing for Development conference is coming at a very, very critical time. Just 5 years from 2030 agenda, and whole the landscape reversing. The multilateral cooperation, the international cooperation, that is kind of on the reverse. It's on a reversal, that's very critical. So I have 2-point agenda particularly. And one is, if you see 2030 as a reference point, because the change in the system is so slow. We have seen it financing architecture, it's so slow. I think the 2 points that should be pushed in terms of short term and keeping 2030 as a reference is the liquidity enhancing MIs for middle income countries, my years. Because I believe that more structural changes, like a fairer global financial architect, better debt treatment workout system, I don't see it coming before 2030, to be very honest, if we see the historical pace and the speed of change and the status quo resistance that we do have. So the first is the liquidity enhancing measures that need to be put in place. There can be some standard measures that can be brought in. For example, capital adequacy ratios and the sort of the terms for the middle income countries, which really limit their access to liquidity. They can be removed. World Bank model, IMF model, standard drying rights also for the middle income countries. Drying, because sometimes they are deprived based on GDP per capita, so they can be linked to the climate change needs and other needs, so that I think can be done in the short term. Another way, which also linked to the same point, is the access to concessional finance. How it can be simplified, how it can be, there can be more automatic sort of qualifiers. Right now, to access even the climate finance, it's a very lengthy process. In Pakistan, we started for climate finance to sort of mitigate the impacts of a floods. While we were discussing, we had 2 more floods, and still the discussions were going on. So there can be automatic qualifiers. And third and lastly, I think, when you are in discussions, there can be sort of a halt or the stall of debt repayments. That's the kind of, because when you are negotiating 5-7 years debt swap even, and still you are paying, or you have to pay your debt repayment, so the debt distress continue to increase. And lastly, in terms of what middle income countries can do, I think 2 points, that is, and the chair, the honorable chair of the session before us, setting the land, sort of the scene. I think South-South cooperation will be now back on stage with more, given the reversal that we are seeing in the international cooperation. US sort of withdrawing from climate financing, UN support, even we are sitting here, we see it happening. So I think South-South cooperation will be very, very critical. And in terms of what policy measures, in terms of development financing at a local level maybe, I think deepening the local financial and capital markets will be very critical, because the demand for green transition, climate finance or development so high that they cannot be left on external financing and only on the governments. You have to have local investors, the smaller investors. So I think deepening the local financial and capital markets, and if any point on this agenda can be to financing for development, that I think will also be critical. But that is more local level policy point. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajid. The main 3 points that you mentioned actually are already part of the discussions in the outcome document. I mean, they're very important. Liquidity enhancing measures, for sure. Simplifying the concessional financing access process and halting the debt payments while the discussions are going on. They are not straightforward. As you know, the 4th round of discussions is starting today in New York. So these issues are going to be there. I think through this conference, some of the message can be reiterated and then become part of the discussions in Spain later in July. That's, I think, is going to be a very valuable addition from this conference. I think, thank you very much for being excellent in terms of time and very specific in terms of your points. I may come back to you for a very short 30-second intervention a bit later, but I want to first go to the floor and see if the participants have any questions, want to share any thoughts from the ideas that were highlighted by the panelists. So could you please identify yourself and the panelists who would you like to ask your question to? I see one hand here. Do we have microphones? I just give them a sec. Do they have microphones, or I think there is one coming your way?
Thank you for the excellent discussion. My name is Romora. I'm from Kartu Prakerja, Indonesia. I would like to ask about increasing tax revenue for informal economy. As you know, in the high-income countries, informal economy accounts only for 15% of the GDP, but for middle-income countries, it can be accounts for 30 to 50%. What is your recommendation to increase tax base from informal economy without putting too much negative impact to them? And the second one is about tax incentive. I think not only tariff war, there are also tax incentives war, where each country is trying to reduce tax incentive to increase FDI. What do you think about it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take one or more two questions before I go back to, I think, Rob, is going to pertain to you. But any other questions? We can collect one or two questions before going back to our panelists. I don't see any. Not yet. Okay, let's start with this one first. The relatively high size of informal economy and what to do about that in terms of taxes and the tax incentive wars. Rob, any responses from your side?
Sure, I'll take a crack, although invite any thoughts from my co-panelists. The first one is a great question. Bottom line is you have to make it as easy as possible for small and informal firms to fulfill their obligations as taxpayers. You know, that goes across the whole spectrum. On the policy side, you can look at simplified tax regimes that are just based on turnover rather than, you know, income and deductions and all of that. On the administration side, you know, there's a lot you can do to make it easier to register, to file, simplified you know, systems, you know, delivered through lots of different channels. You know, maybe digital works really well for a big firm, but maybe for an informal sector, you know, they need another channel to basically undertake these key operations. But the bottom line is, A, you have to make it as easy as possible. And that means a mindset shift, thinking of them as clients, right? You see that already in kind of large taxpayer offices. Okay, these are the big high value you know, companies, what can we do to make it easy? We need to apply that mindset even for informal sector and say, okay, the first step is registration, you know, getting them on board. How do we do that as easy as possible? The second question is a really tough one. You're right. There's competition for investment across countries. And so it's not easy for country A to say, hey, what are you guys doing on investment promotion? You know, and then we'll figure out what we're doing. Because to some extent, there's this risk of a kind of a race to the bottom, you know, and that's where I think understanding what specifically you're trying to achieve through a given incentive is really important, and that analytical capacity is so critical, right? If you're just using broad-based tax holidays, your key performance indicator is just total investment, you know, it's very easy to see that kind of downward pressure and competition. But if you're saying, okay, what we actually care about is research and development in this specific industry, or, you know, helping investments in, you know, this specific sector or this specific type of firm. Having a good understanding of, you know, what you're willing to spend in order to achieve what you want, and then having some kind of transparent discussion about, you know, these are our objectives, here's what we are paying. So publishing, for example, your kind of tax expenditure records so that they're, you know, the public can debate it and they're part of the consideration the same way the budget is. You know, that'll promote a little bit more openness and, again, just a better informed approach to implementing these. There's always going to be some competition and some tension. And again, you know, I'm not suggesting, you know, that we're going to get rid of tax incentives. They serve a purpose, but, you know, understanding how to use them wisely and a little bit more transparent disclosure on the costs of those incentives is a good place to start.
Thanks, Rob. Any other panelist wants to have share an observation, thought, experience? Please feel free. Sajid.
I think based on experiences from Pakistan, one of the key, I mean, there can be 2-3 factors which are really hindering the sort of expanding the tax base. It's a very complex tax regime. I mean, in Pakistan, I'm a macroeconomist. I still don't understand fully. I mean, I still need an accountant to file my taxes. That is the level. I don't understand really how complex this tax regime. So now think of SMEs, small medium enterprise, who you wanted to bring in tax. It's really very complex. Sometimes even the fee to pay the tax may be more than the tax they have to pay. So we need to simplify the tax regime in terms of. And I think in developing countries, low income countries like Pakistan, it is more the trust gap as well that really hinders. Because there is a fear that once you are in a tax, you will be then taxed repeatedly. So I think we need to go tax base. It's the kind of take the measures those who are eroding the trust gap. That's based on the experiences from Pakistan. Thank you.
Thanks, Sajid. Anybody?
maybe let me just share a little bit on the experience of Thailand. So in Thailand, to bring out the informal economy, which is quite huge as well, part of it is to, apart from making it very easy for people to access the tax system, you also provide incentives. Sometimes it's like you ask people to register for certain benefit scheme, and then so when they register for certain benefit schemes, then they are on the system. So this is maybe one way of doing it. And in terms of what Rob mentioned about the tax incentive for FDI, I'm thinking that because, of course, the foreign investor would like to get their return in the longer term, so tax incentive is just one factor to attract the FDIs. But as I mentioned earlier, maybe you would need to do the proper infrastructure to support that project. You need the regulatory framework, you need the governance to actually make the convivial environment for the FDIs to come in. Thank you.
Thanks, Ranchana. Cheryl, do you want to come in? Are you okay? You okay? Okay, any other question from the floor before I go back to panelists? I have one here. Can you please the microphone?
Thank you very much. I'm Camila Ortiz from the Permanent Mission of Chile. I would like to start by thanking the panelists for their very insightful comments. And I wanted to link the process with the discussion, with the process of FFD, the Fourth Conference on Financing for Development. So we heard a little bit about the need for reforms and how difficult it is to have a concrete result in this aspect, but I would like to focus on the role of multilateral development banks and how they can provide an excellent and a very important source for middle-income countries in realignment of financing. And from your perspective, what would be something that we can push on FFD to better align multilateral banks and how they can better address the different needs from middle-income countries?
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, in the context of the ongoing discussion, FFD4, how can we strengthen the role of MDBs? Right, correct. So hold on to your thoughts in a second. Any other panelist wants to say what MDBs should consider as part of the conversations of ongoing FFD4. Sajid, if I may request you to respond first, and then any thoughts, Rob, from your side as well.
I think with the fear of repeating, I have already, the kind of where I think right now in immediate and short term, the MDBs sort of can think of their frameworks to enhance liquidity. That I think will be the central point where they can come. I know this is difficult, but this is how they can be sort of enhancing the lending to development, lending to middle income countries, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Sajid. Rob, from you, the only representative from an MDB over here, from your perspective, what is IDB already doing, or MDB in general already doing to address observations like these? I'm sure you've heard these kind of comments before as well.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we're doing is, first of all, trying to increase the amount of development financing resources we have available. So part of that is balance sheet optimization. We underwent, this is part of the kind of G20 recommendations for MDB evolution, some of you may be familiar with, but we basically went through a kind of a balance sheet optimization exercise where we looked at, the kind of risk parameters we use to govern the amount of capital we can leverage, and by adjusting some of that, we were able to create an additional $10 billion of lending space annually for the next 10 years. So part of it is that, the kind of financial firepower, I guess. Second thing is, I guess, recognizing that as the development challenges that, especially in Asia Pacific and, our middle income countries are facing, are evolving, we need to have a different agenda. And, that means responding to, for example, heightened risk of different types of shocks. So, for example, we've expanded our kind of crisis support toolkit, both natural disasters, public health shocks, kind of contingent disaster financing, as well as, external shocks like where you need counter-cyclical support. So part of it is that crisis toolkit. But, and this actually goes into, if we were going to have our 30-second, okay, but all I would say is MDBs need to do a good job of listening, especially to middle-income clients. And so, exercising your voice, this type of forum, for example, but also in our boardrooms. We're composed of shareholders. Middle-income countries make up a huge number of our board seats at ADB, and so having a unified, strong voice about what your expectations are for an organization like ADB or perhaps like World Bank makes it easier for us to act on those. So counting on you, being good listeners, but then counting on you to exercise a very kind of strong message within our organizations. That'll be critical too.
Thanks a lot, Rob. Thanks a lot. Any other questions? I think we're doing very well on time, and technically we started a bit late. For this session, we still have 15 more minutes, but in a way we can catch up for the delay. But I'll be happy to take yet another question from the floor, if we have one. I don't see any more hands. So I want to give one last opportunity, very short one, to my panelists who have set aside their precious time to come over here. This is my usual practice. Whenever I run a panel, this is my standard question. You only have 30 seconds to 1 minute. Imagine whatever you're going to say will be tomorrow's newspaper headline. I call it an elevator question. Imagine you're riding an elevator with the finance minister. You only have 20, 30 seconds. What key fundamental message you want policymakers to deal with, and your thoughts? For middle-income countries, how can they address their challenges related to financing development? So let's start with the ladies first here. Cheryl, you go first. 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Well, I was reading the brief, and I think among all of those mentioned, it will have to be improving financial literacy in the Philippines, which is not something which is part of the curriculum normally. I think we should start very young. And I think financial literacy should not be left. It's not a technical skill. It's not something for the accountants and the finance majors. It is a life skill. Something like fundamentals of risk return, accumulation of money over time, and how that actually contributes to overall economic benefits. Yeah, thank you.
So financial literacy, it is from Cheryl. Sajid.
I have just two words, I think: policy coherence. I mean, you have to have a very coherent policies. If I give example of climate change, right now we are sort of taking it as a separate climate change policy. What I think we need to go is climate and all in climate change policies, and this applies to whole. This divide between macro policy and social policy and financial policy need to go. Thank you. So policy coherence.
Thank you, Sajid. It's essence of policy coherence when it comes to financing strategies for multiple development commitments, climate and otherwise. Excellent. Ranchana.
Okay, so my recommendation is to put our house in order with long-term strategic planning and discipline. So this is going to make us attractive for financing, not just domestic, but also external. Thank you.
Thanks, Ranchana. Long-term strategic planning, it is Rob, the last word from you.
I got to say private sector development. There's lots midstream, downstream, and ADB's involved in some of those pieces, but upstream, business climate reform, capital market deepening, labor market facilitation. There's so much that governments, policymakers can do to make it easy for businesses to succeed. We heard a lot from the first panel about competitiveness, rewarding merit, openness. These are all spaces where policymakers can have a huge impact, so definitely that.
Thanks, Rob. Private sector development it is. So before we conclude the panel discussion, a big round of applause for our speakers. Great job in terms of timing, great job in terms of very specific to the point and sharing some very specific examples. Thank you very much all. I won't attempt to try and summarize anything. I think they were very clear towards the end. Thank you very much, Government of Philippines, for giving the opportunity to you and SCAP to co-organize this particular panel. Thank you all.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists for that enriching discussion. May we please request all of our guests and delegates to remain in their seats for the next panel discussion. May we invite the next speakers to proceed to the stage.
Thank you to the speakers of the previous panel. That was really insightful on understanding how finance plays a critical role for green transitions. And I think this ties in quite well. So we want to begin our next session. If everyone can please take their seats, and we'll begin. Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thematic panel discussion, Green Transition for Resilience and Sustainability. My name is Louise Mabulo. I am a United Nations Young Champion of the Earth, the founder of my initiative, the Cacao Project, and a National Geographic Explorer, and I will be your moderator for this session. As we all know, the planet is facing unprecedented shocks and a polycrisis. The poorest 50% of the global population contributed just 12% of historical emissions, yet bear 75% of income losses. Despite contributing a third of global GDP, middle-income countries must pursue a green transition that is ambitious and equitable, ensuring that the burden of climate action does not fall disproportionately on some of the world's most vulnerable populations. This panel will highlight how MICs can advance a just and inclusive green transition by transforming key sectors, addressing financing challenges, and strengthening institutions. We plan to feature strategies that align climate action with social inclusion, and we will begin with opening remarks as well as a panel discussion from a stellar set of speakers. But to begin this session, we start at the very heart of our host country, the Philippines. Over the years, the Philippines has built a strong national framework for climate action and made notable progress in integrating climate considerations into development policies and build shock absorption capacities through the adaptive social protection programs. As we know, the Philippines is one of the most vulnerable countries to hazards brought about by climate change. And relevant to that, it's my pleasure to introduce our opening speaker, the Secretary of the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources, Honorable Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga. Secretary Loizaga will open our session with insights on how the Philippines has mainstreamed climate change considerations in developmental planning, horizontally across sectors and vertically across levels of government. With that, it's my distinct honor to invite Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines to take the floor, please.
Good morning. Excellencies and members of the Diplomatic Corps, partners in international organizations and development sector, ladies and gentlemen, our colleagues in government, His Excellency Antonio Lagdameo, our permanent representative to the New York Mission, and of course, my fellow Cabinet Minister, Secretary Rene Soledum. Thank you very much for the kind invitation to speak with you today. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to today's thematic panel on green transitions for resilience and sustainability. On behalf of the government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, I extend our deep appreciation to the United Nations Development Program and our partners for organizing this important gathering. I'm especially honored to be joined here on stage by an esteemed panel of experts and changemakers, including our moderator of the Cacao Project, Ms. Kate Hughes of the Asian Development Bank, Ms. Akiko Yamamoto of the UNDP, Ms. Midori Makino of the World Bank, and His Excellency Wellington Ben Cosme, Permanent Representative of the Dominican Republic to the United Nations, thank you very much for lending your voices and perspectives to this crucial conversation. Middle-income countries like ours are uniquely positioned at the crossroads of opportunity and risk. We are home to a significant share of global population and economic activity, and yet we face growing exposure to climate-related hazards, environmental degradation, and structural financial constraints. Our collective action in addressing climate change and sustainable development is crucial and urgent. The Philippines, in particular, faces unique challenges as an MIC, while being one of the most at-risk countries in the world to climate-related hazards such as tropical cyclones, rising temperatures, flooding, and sea level rise. Extreme weather events directly affect our development goals and threaten the well-being of our communities, particularly marginalized populations. Our National Adaptation Plan estimates the cost of inaction against these climate hazards within the 2030 decade to be up to 1.4 trillion pesos, or 8% of our 2020 GDP. The Philippines recognizes the urgency of a transition to a low-carbon, resilient, and inclusive economy. But we also understand that this transition must be just, leaving no one behind, and ensuring that those most affected by climate change are empowered to shape and implement multi-level and multi-stakeholder solutions. The Philippines is taking concrete steps to drive meaningful and lasting change by mainstreaming climate change considerations into national and local development planning processes. This requires constructing an ecosystem of development planning, legislation, policies, programs, and actions. For the first time in our country's history, the Philippine Development Plan of 2023 to 2028 specifically features accelerated climate action and disaster resilience, natural capital accounting and ecosystem resilience, green public works, and sustainable finance, among other strategies to achieve both sustainability and resilience. This underscores the strategic value formulation of embedding climate and multi-hazard risk assessments into development and sectoral plans as integral to ensuring that policies respond to the realities of climate impacts. While the Climate Change Commission serves as the government body for climate policy, the integration of climate action and disaster risk reduction across national government agencies and in and among local governments is in the hands of interagency cooperation and local leadership. This is likewise addressed in the PDP, the Philippine Development Plan, and by the President's directives to integrate climate considerations across all departments and local actions. The challenges of coherence, which we heard earlier in terms of policy, both vertical and horizontal, consistency and commitment are then translated into strategic projects and partnerships. Our commitment is clear. Through our nationally determined contributions, we have pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 75% by 2030, and this will span energy, transport, agriculture, industry, and waste sectors. We are finalizing our NDCs for submission this September, but it has already been estimated by our colleagues and partners in this work, the Asian Development Bank, that transitions in these sectors may already be above $70 billion. We are now supporting low-carbon mobility solutions, the scaling up of renewable energy, and advancing circular economy frameworks, including the Extended Producer's Responsibility Law, which is now in force, and local circular economy models to ensure long-term sustainability and reduced environmental impact. A new policy, crucially, on responsible mining, energy transition minerals, has likewise been drafted. We must emphasize, however, that investments in these commitments are part of a broader transformation agenda, one that places low-carbon pathways and a just transition at the heart of our development planning. This, along with our faith in multilateralism and a rules-based international order, are at the core of our commitments to the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. There is a pressing need for a climate-vulnerable middle-income country such as the Philippines for targeted investments in adaptation and disaster risk reduction as well. Our national adaptation plans requires close interagency and local government coordination as it aims to enhance adaptive capacity, including through social protection, and build resilience across 8 priority sectors such as water, biodiversity, and ecosystems, resilient infrastructure, and human settlements, among others. We are likewise seeking to implement adaptation strategies that provide co-benefits with mitigation measures. I make mention here of one particular local government project. There is a local government PPP in the city of Iloilo that will generate energy and waste from waste, a portion of which will power a desalination facility to secure water supply for the city. Beyond this agenda, we have worked to make our voice heard as well on behalf of climate-vulnerable countries by gaining seats on the board of the Adaptation Fund and the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, as well as now being host of the FRLD board. The green transition cannot be effective without the necessary resources and responsive financial architecture. While MICs have made significant development gains, the race to inclusive, resilient, and sustainable development continues to face barriers to accessing adequate, predictable, timely climate finance. Uncertainty in the global economy due to geopolitical movements inject unpredictability that compounds the challenges we already face in seeking reforms in the international financial systems to better serve MICs. The Philippines is proactively and strategically seeking and accessing both domestic and international climate finance, including support from multilateral and bilateral partners, and including the private sector in innovative financing. Our Department of Finance, our Central Bank, Securities and Exchange Commission, the PPCP Center are driving a sustainable finance agenda that promotes the integration of ESG factors and climate stress testing to de-risk both operations and investments. To address local risk and opportunities, the Philippines is also a member of the Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships, where cooperation and collaboration with subnational governments to enhance resource mobilization and develop tailored solutions for our problems is being pursued. On inclusion, sustainability and resilience are grounded on the understanding of risk as systemic and highly contextual. We launched our multi-level and multi-stakeholder consultation on the National Just Transition Plan process in partnership with the ADB in October of last year to ensure that affected sectors and populations are not excluded in the green transition. At the same time, we must ensure our green transition must be driven by science, informed by local knowledge, and grounded in the principles of equity and justice. This is why we are investing in education, skills training, green job creation, particularly for youth, women, indigenous peoples, and marginalized communities, so that all may benefit from and contribute to this transformation. I will say a quick final word for one specific group and sector because of their effective just transition will have impacts locally, nationally, and globally. The Philippines is a major source of seafarers who support 80% of global trade through their service. There are over 1.3 million Filipinos holding seaman's books, another 100,000 more at officers level. Roughly 500,000 of these seafarers are deployed at any one given time. Preliminary estimates from the central bank show their inward remittances in 2024 to be over $34 billion, a significant contribution to our GDP. Apart from their operating environments at sea being affected by climate change, the transition to green fuel technologies, green ammonia, green hydrogen, on vessels will also require support for timely right skilling to mitigate potentially negative impacts on global shipping, the national economy, and the quality of life of their families and communities. Such is the impact of one particular sector without a just transition consideration. Thank you once again for the invitation to speak to you today. I trust that today's panel will be more than a platform for sharing experiences. I hope that it will strengthen solidarity among middle-income countries and our commitment to multilateralism in seeking solutions to these complex challenges. Together, through coordinated action, knowledge exchange, collective advocacy, we can win this race to both sustainability and resilience. The Philippines remains committed to working with all of you, our fellow MICs and development partners, to drive meaningful, inclusive climate action that supports our peoples and our planet. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay. I look forward to a very fruitful discussion today.
Thank you, Secretary Loizaga, for these incredible remarks and for joining us today. Now, we understand that you have limited time with us, but we would appreciate if you could take center stage and join us for a photo opportunity before you leave. Our panelists can also join. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such a pleasure to have you all here today. And today we're joined by a stellar panel of individuals for a really interesting conversation around green transitions and sustainability and resilience. To my left, I am joined by Kate Hughes, the Principal Climate Change Specialist of the Asian Development Bank, Ms. Akiko Yamamoto, Regional Team Leader of the Nature, Climate, Energy and Waste Asia and the Pacific UNDP offices, Ms. Midori Makino, the Program Leader for Planet, World Bank, and of course, His Excellency Ambassador Wellington Ben Cosme, Permanent Representative to the United Nations of the Dominican Republic. Now, I want to dive right into it, and I want to begin with you, Kate. As we know, in light of the evolving global political dynamics and fluctuating international support, what approaches can MICs adopt to maintain focus on their long-term green transitional plans? And we know that the IMF estimates that Asia-Pacific countries alone spend $3.5 trillion in fossil fuel subsidies. Now, there's also a huge potential market to explore carbon markets, emissions trading schemes, and other instruments to support green transition initiatives. So how can countries maximize the application of these mechanisms to generate resources for climate actions and contribute to economic growth, greater resilience, and social equity?
Thanks very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to join. I think that's a very big question to start off. Maybe I'll just start by saying that I think, this conversation's really coming at a critical time. So after a very positive period in terms of increasing momentum for climate action, unfortunately in the last few months, recent global shifts, geopolitical context, we've seen a situation where we're slipping backwards in a way, and governments have started to deprioritize climate action. And again, we've seen the situation where climate action again becomes kind of weaponized as part of a political discussion, which can, undermine public trust in climate action and the need to pursue climate action. And I think it's really critical that we don't slip backwards and we learn really from the shift that has taken place in maybe the last 5 years in terms of how we see the green transition and how we see the issue of decarbonisation, that it's not really about emission reductions and only an environmental problem, but we're talking about a fundamental economic and societal kind of reconfiguration of how we do things. And when we approach it from that perspective, we come up with very different ways to pursue the solutions than if we only look at it as an environmental problem. And I think this topic of just transition and how you look at those socioeconomic dimensions of the green transition, if we take that as a starting point, then we see that really what we're aiming for in the green transition is actually the development priorities that countries, particularly middle-income countries, are aiming for anyway. Jobs generation, economic diversification, economic resilience, increasing prosperity. And so how do we pursue all of those development objectives through the green transition rather than only pursuing a pursuit of green? And I think, we've done a lot of work at the ADB in trying to look and shift the way we approach our support to countries, particularly in decarbonisation and mitigation, to looking at it from that perspective. I think for middle-income countries, there's a few really critical kind of issues that they need to look at, and one is around economic vulnerability and the relationship particularly between economic vulnerability and energy. We have the situation where you have countries that are heavily import-dependent on fossil fuels, and particularly now as we go into a really volatile situation, no one knows what's going to happen, trade tariffs, retractions of growth, inflation. How does that relationship between energy security and exposure to volatility, what will that mean for countries, and how do we factor that in to transition plans? And I think on the other side, those countries and a lot of middle-income countries that are fossil fuel exporters, even though maybe in the short term that demand for fossil fuels may not decline, we know over the longer term it is going to decline. So how do we support countries to really do robust analysis of transition risk and start to understand what they're facing? And then use those assessments to then inform what type of policy solutions, what type of financial solutions are actually going to work. You mentioned fossil fuel reform. It's a really difficult subject, and it's one that, we keep talking about fossil fuel reform, but there's not really a lot of deep fossil fuel subsidy reform work ongoing in a lot of countries. People are very, it's difficult, it's nervous, it's so well embedded in the systems in countries that how we actually go about looking at that and how it will impact government budget, how it will impact costs for consumers, what the potential social impacts of that fossil fuel subsidy reform are, needs a lot of support. It needs a lot of kind of analytical and institutional support and a lot of discussion. So I think forums such as this. You also mentioned carbon pricing. I think that's a really good example of a policy that was initially brought in as an environmental policy to try to reduce emissions. But now we can see that as a really critical policy for how we actually build investment, build markets, and strengthen economies. Because when we look at things like carbon taxes, it's not only about reducing emissions, but how can we use that as an incentive mechanism to drive investments into the areas of the economy and stimulate private sector investment in the right sectors and the right types of technologies that we need. So I might stop there, but that's some initial thoughts. Thanks.
It's a busted microphone, but thank you so much, Kate. That's really interesting insights, especially considering that, yes, there is the fossil fuel industry, there is a growing renewable energy market, but there are also opportunities to help drive incentives and investments in our energy sector. And that really leads me to my next question with Akiko. In 2023, global financing for renewable energy reached record levels, yet much of this capital was concentrated in advanced economies. At the same time, climate finance commitments, including the long-standing $100 billion pledge by developed countries, remain largely unmet. And many developing countries now face mounting debt and constrained fiscal space, limiting their capacity to invest in the critical elements of this green transition that we're speaking of. So these go beyond clean energy. It includes sustainable land use, resilient food systems, sustainable transportation, circular economy initiatives, nature-based solutions, and adaptation measures. The current institutional financing architecture, as we've often heard this morning, is very ill-suited to address the high upfront costs, the risks, and the complexities that are associated with these investments. Could you share a little bit about your work with UNDP, but also could you share the latest climate and green finance trends? How can developing countries improve their ability to access and mobilize financing, both internationally and domestically, but also to support a holistic and just green transition? And what role can the private sector play in scaling these investments? How can governments also foster enabling environments that attract and sustain this private capital?
Right. This works? Okay. All in 10 minutes? Okay, thank you very much. Before maybe start talking, just a little bit on context. So middle-income countries are the engine of growth. So they are critical in realizing the 1.5 degree future. And also they are, with the 2/3 of the global population living in middle-income countries and 60% of the world poor also living in the middle-income countries. Their sustainable and inclusive growth is key for us, the whole world, to achieve the SDGs. With that, the middle-income country must grow inclusively and sustainably. And to realize this, there are two things. One, the middle-income country needs to decouple, well, not just middle-income country, but then all the countries, but we need to decouple the emissions from the economic growth. In the traditional economic development models, when you grow, then the emission goes up, and then some burdens to the planet, and then that was kind of considered as a necessary sacrifice. But we have to change this. And next, middle-income countries in particular must safeguard their socio-economic development progress and their natural resource capitals, and also, of course, their citizens from climate risks. So those two are really the high on their agenda, and to accelerate these two, the financing energy transition, just energy transition, and then financing climate actions become critically important. So with that, the latest trend, maybe just 4 points a couple of points to note. The global energy investment currently in 2024 is $3 trillion, and out of that, 2-to-1 ratio, with the renewable energy, clean energy investment being 2, and the fossil fuel, new fossil fuel, the investment being 1. So this is a really good news. It's not enough yet, but it's a good trend that we are witnessing. But in middle-income countries, there are limited financial flows to middle-income countries, as you've already noted in your introduction. And also, inefficient and ineffective utilization of available international as well as domestic financial resources. This is due to incoherent policy and investment priorities. So, like, again, as you mentioned also that the $3.5 trillion is spent on the fossil fuel subsidies only in the East Asia and Pacific, and then that's happening on one hand, while the $3 million, $5 million, even $100 million investment going to the renewable energy investment, there is no coherence in the financial investment, and that is caused by some incoherent policies across sectors. So that is causing a lot of inefficiency, and another factor, the current trend or the current status, is the 90% of the direct foreign investment on energy and climate financing is in a form of loans. So this creates the debt burdens and also limiting the public investment, also the varying cost of the borrowing cost across different countries. When your country is debt-laden, then the borrowing cost becomes even more expensive. And then lastly, I think this is already mentioned by Kate as well, that the reduction and retreat in climate commitment. This is very problematic, but then I think what we have to remind ourselves is that the political views and political positioning or positions towards and about climate change might vary, but the science of the climate change and the reports and the projection of the climate change do not change with political views. So the climate change remain as one of the biggest, actually the biggest risk facing to the humankind, and that doesn't change. And I think we really need to keep that in mind moving forward. So moving to what can be done, some of the strategic actions for middle-income countries that I would like to be considered is, I have a list of things, but the accelerate just energy transition, and not just the energy transition. And this is not energy transition or just energy transition is not just about the energy sector reform. It's about the changing the supporting the government, supporting the countries to move towards this green transition. So to do this, we need to also maximize the social and economic benefit, development benefit from each investment in energy. And next, the improvement and improve and ensure policy and investment coherence. For example, the strengthening the fiscal systems and align them with climate ambitions of the country. And these policy coherence should support long-term planning on adaptation, utilizing the nature-based solutions, also the supporting NDCs, supporting long-term planning. So across different sectors, not only the energy sectors or the environment sectors. Then we do need to look at the strengthening, especially in mix, strengthening the domestic resources mobilization. So the ODA, supporting the so-called Global South energy transition or climate action alone is not going to be enough. And it's been, and then especially with MIC, with the domestic resources, we need to utilize this more, and then it's not just the financial resources, but also the human resources. For the financial resources, we'd also like to see not just the domestic financial resources, but the diversifying the source of funds, financial instruments, so away from this 90% loan status to the combination of loans, equities, guarantees, private sector financing, blended financing. The different financial instrument needs to come and mix and match, which also helps to distribute risks, financial and investment risks. And then for mix, the capitalize on some of those innovative financing instruments that require good human resource capitals, and then also institutional capacity. For example, the sustainability-linked bonds, or performance-based payments, or the debt swaps. All those innovative instruments that's being used for energy or for nature restoration, or ecosystem restoration and other things, and also the nature-based solutions to climate action like REDD+, the forest-based carbon credit generation. This requires a good capacity to utilize this. It's not all, say, least development countries are there to capitalize these or utilize these instruments, but then MIC can utilize these instruments. And then I think as the opening speakers mentioned that the strength in the governance at all levels, not just the national, but the sub-national, local, community levels. I think at all levels, the governance needs to be strengthened, their roles and contributions and the participation in energy transition, as well as the climate action must be strengthened. Few more finance-related suggestions are strengthening the national development banks. This is also quite specific to the middle-income country context. And the strengths in the national development banks definitely help the government to mix and match different financial instruments to move forward. And then in terms of the green transition, we would also like to see the financial inclusion of green SMEs. So they are not just, the trying to be the innovative entrepreneurs in the peripheral, but that they should be really mainstreamed in the government, the country's development activities. At the same time, social inclusion of informal labor forces. I think you mentioned a little bit about the circular economy, and this is also very much applicable when we talk about the waste management. But this is not all the informal labor market become formalized, but then we do need to find ways to socially include them more formally, so that they can be also catered by the social safety net provision by the government. Lastly, so that I have to wrap it up soon. Another important thing is the robust impact assessment and investment prioritization processes to capture and quantify development impacts of energy transition across many sectors. Energy is now, we consider energy as inputs for development activities of different sectors. So when we think about the energy and energy security, clean energy, to the health facility, to the food security, energy security, transport sectors, I think there are variety of development gains and benefits that hadn't been quantified when we only think about the energy investment. But we have to start assessing the impacts on green investment on energy more comprehensively, so that the potential investment proposal becomes more bankable. If I may use another 1 minute to just share a little bit about what UNDP does to support the middle-income countries on those issues that I listed. In Bolivia, For example, in collaboration with CAF, the Latin America's Development Bank, the UNDP supported the National Development Bank of Bolivia to structure and issue the country's first thematic green bond for energy transition. In Paraguay, $20 million anchor investment aims to leverage over $100 million through a combination of public subsidies, VAT exemptions, credit guarantees, concessional loans, and capital market instruments. Here, the key component included that the 2 million euro of technical advisory support provided by UNDP, 10 million in credit guarantees provided from AFD, and direct subsidies from the national government. So this also exemplified the partnership approach to push forward the green transformation and also the climate actions. And in Indonesia and Ecuador, UNDP supported the government to utilize the results-based payment scheme made available from the Green Climate Fund for REDD+, and realized the close engagement of indigenous people in the generation of forest-based carbon credits. And based on those the experiences in REDD+ and the engagement of very strong engagement of indigenous people, we have also developed a high integrity carbon market offer, which is now rolled out globally to ensure the roles and contributions of indigenous peoples in carbon market discussions. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And that really gives a clear plan of the roadmaps forward in financing possibly a green transition. And that includes, if I understand correctly, we're not really looking close enough at the intersectionality of the potential of green investments, and we're approaching them too much from a siloed approach. And I liked something that you said at the very beginning, which was we need to decouple our emissions with our economic growth. Oftentimes, one comes at the cost of the other, and it's always a series of trade-offs, which leads me to a question for Midori. We know that rapid urbanization in MICs puts stress on water, energy, and waste systems, while also offering opportunities for low-carbon, climate-resilient infrastructure. What strategies have proven effective in integrating resilience and sustainability in urban service delivery? And how can MICs ensure that investments in basic services today also contribute to a long-term green transition objective?
Great. Thank you very much. And hello, everybody. I wanted to first also give some context on this, on the urbanization and the challenges it provides. According to our recent studies, so we have seen that the urban population has quadrupled in the past 50 years. Today, more than half of the world's population live in the urban areas, and this number is going to just go up. In 2050, it's going to be like 2/3 of the population in the urban area. So this is a huge challenge. The scale and the speed that the urbanization poses on the infrastructure, on the social and the environmental aspects, it's quite enormous. But in addition, we have this climate crisis. Urban areas are really exposed to climate risks. And for example, urban flooding. This is something that you really see in many of the middle-income countries, including here in Manila. We have urban flooding issues. We also have the high temperatures that's not affecting, it's affecting the cities negatively because of the, it's going to be less livable, and also competitiveness will go down. And who are the people the most affected by these disasters and shocks? It's actually the most vulnerable population, which are the poor, the disadvantaged people. So these are the key issues that urban centers are facing. But at the same time, the cities are contributing to like a huge percentage of GSG emissions as well. So according to our studies, I think it's about 70% of the total GSG emissions that are coming from urban and mostly the middle-income countries. So we have seen, as you say, the dual challenge that they're facing of meeting the immediate development goals of the countries at the same time as trying to ensure that the long-term environmental sustainability, green transition objectives, agendas are included in the countries. So to answer your question on what are the effective strategies that have been working, I did a little review of our lessons learned from the countries that we've worked in, so World Bank global experience and knowledge, to provide maybe like a few 4 or 5 buckets or strategic approaches that I have found in our literature what's been effective. The first, I mean, many of it will be also repetition from some of the other speakers, but the first is quite important is to really incorporate the green principles in everything we do. So starting with the national plans or long-term strategies of the countries, it's quite important, not just the strategy at the national level, but the provincial or the subnational level, even the community level, to incorporate climate in their plans. And just to give an example of what we do at the World Bank to help the different countries in this regard is that we've developed a flagship tool and a diagnostic assessment called the Country Climate Development Reports. In short, these are called the CCDRs, and maybe many of you might be familiar because we have implemented this in over 40 countries already, many of them also in the Latin American countries. Also, we have this kind of assessment at the city level, so we can do different diagnostics so that these, you know, how do the climate change actions influence the economic growth of a country, and we could identify different action plans that could be fed into the plan strategies. The second bucket, I would say, is to really build resilient and sustainable infrastructure and to include nature-based solutions. Here, it could include, you know, we have proven success cases on how to have building codes or standards so that they will have incentives to build greener infrastructure, maybe more use of renewable energies, energy efficiencies. Also, public transport system promoting you know, public transport, maybe bicycle lanes, maybe, you know, charging station for electric vehicles. This kind of investments are quite effective. It also reduces congestion and air quality, improve air quality. So for this, we also have included in this bucket, I think nature-based solution is quite effective. And we also have tools to assess where we could use this kind of nature-based solutions. It's a relatively low cost. It's a, you know, big return on investment here. So we have implemented such cases in many, many countries, in middle-income countries. Then the third bucket that I wanted to mention is the adoption of the circular economy principles. Here, it's quite close to my heart because I just co-authored a report, a World Bank study called the Water in Circular Economy and Resilience, WISER framework. And here we adopt these principles to any utility or water service provider to see whether there's any, how do we reduce the wastage and maximize resources? And it could be maybe water reuse from wastewater treatment plants. It could be reused for irrigation purpose or other purpose. It could also be you know, biogas or sludge to be used for other purposes. So this kind of you know, tool we're adopting to help our client countries. this circular economy principle can also be applied to waste management. So that's something we are also initiating here, even in the Philippines, starting a dialogue with the government on how we can support solid waste management and plastic recycling, because it's one of the biggest polluters actually here in the Philippines on plastic waste. Just a couple of more, one of course on innovation and technology, more investments in research to really help some of the digitalization and innovation technology. This also not only makes things efficient, but also creates jobs, business opportunities for countries. We have a partnership with Korea, which provides technical assistance for countries to identify, for example, how do we become a smarter city? So that's my fourth bucket. I'm not going to try to speed up. The fifth bucket is, I think it was also already mentioned, but it's even if you have everything right, the policy and the strategy and the technology, if you don't have the capacity to implement them, there's no impact. So that capacity, not just national level, but especially when it comes to urban services, these are the local government responsibilities. So the local government level capacity, both institutional and financial, is super important. That's one of the things we have identified as the key impediments for any of our projects being implemented successfully. So here I also want to include the private sector participation and partnership with the private sector. And at the World Bank, what we do is also recently we are trying to move towards like one World Bank group so that we work with our private sector arms, IFC and MIGA, so that we could offer different instruments to the countries to mobilize the private capital. So I wanted to maybe stop here. I would be happy to take any questions or to share any of the tools and examples that I shared. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Thank you so much, Midori. I really appreciate the insight that every single sector and every level of government should have a green plan. And in fact, there are a lot of untapped opportunities and unmet economic benefits. I remember the World Resources Institute published a report that for every $1 invested in a nature-based solution, over $30 of economic benefits are to be met and can return, especially in urban spaces with clean air, good water, and a better quality of life. Now, Ambassador Ben Cosme, I just want to appreciate that you are the gentleman of our panel today. And skill and knowledge transfer between global south to south is essential. And we all know that. We've heard that throughout the panel sessions this morning. But the learnings need contextualization to adopt solutions for high levels of informality in labor markets, limited institutional capacities, and for finance and technology to be truly effective. So can you share good examples of cooperation between countries which helped countries to leverage their green transition, to leapfrog in their stages of development? We're not looking at catching up to the West or to other developed countries, and we're not looking to retrofit our existing infrastructure, but instead leapfrog and bring forward new solutions that are curated to our own countries. How do you see the intersection between green transitions and socioeconomic equity in the context of middle-income countries?
Well, thank you very much. As representative of a small island development state, and also which is also a middle-income country in the Caribbean, this intersection between the transition to green transition and to socioeconomic equity is critical. We often talk, and I heard some of the predecessors talking about this paradox, right? Between achieving significant economic growth and we remain vulnerable to both climate impacts and transitional risk. In the case of the Dominican Republic, for example, we have remarkable economic growth in the past decades prior to the pandemic of about 5.3%. But that, yet this growth pattern largely depends on tourism services, and resource-intensive production, like free trade zones and whatnot, that created enormous environmental pressure, and yet, while inequalities persist. So obviously, this is a big issue for us. But there are three elements which also impact the Dominican Republic and other middle-income countries with respect to socioeconomic equity and that convergence. One is the first is climate vulnerability, and the social vulnerability are intricably linked. We always often talk about this most exposed to, I mentioned before, small-scale farmers, informal urban settles. In the case of the Dominican Republic, about 40% of our population lives in area highly vulnerable to extreme weather events, which climate change is making more frequent and more severe. The second has to do with green transition must create economic opportunities. And we have seen this in the Dominican Republic. I mean, we see the renewables energy sector that has created about thousands of new jobs in our economy, demonstrating that clean energy can truly drive both economic growth and employment opportunities. However, how do you ensure that these benefits extend beyond the urban centers like the cities, and it reach rural communities, that it reach also women and the historical marginalized groups? So this is actually some of the challenges that we have. Third, I want to highlight is also the financing to green transition, which is, middle-income countries face significant barriers to accessing climate finance. We often see countries, which having graduating from concessional finance while still have enormous struggle to limit with limited fiscal space. So these are, in the case of some of our countries, you find having access to fund climate adaptation or renewable energy infrastructure to be really extremely difficult. In terms of what the Dominican Republic has done so far, sort of as an example, we like to convey that we developed a national development strategy, it's called National Development Strategy 2030, explicitly linking climate resilience with poverty reduction, recognizing that the two must be work together. We have committed to reducing our green gas emission by 25% by 2030, but at the same time, we are still working simultaneously in increasing our adaptability capacity. Likewise, we have increased our energy metrics to 25% by this year, actually, by 2025. So that's another accomplishment. The Dominican Republic, that is, we are pioneering innovating financing mechanism through our climate change trust fund. That's another interesting facility. Our renewable energy expansion plan includes a specific provision for community ownership and benefit sharing, ensuring that the transition to clean energy contributes to reducing territorial inequalities rather than exacerbating them. We have several examples, one of them being the installation of smart meters in certain areas, which have allowed people who have invested on renewable energy, like solar panels in their home, to be able to sort of inject back into the grid the excess energy, and they get a refund out of that. So, they feel invested in the whole energy transition, which I think is important. With respect to cooperation, still critical. I mean, obviously, as the Dominican Republic, as a small island development state and a middle-income country, we recognize the critical aspect of cooperation, particularly South-South cooperation. So, but we like to, and it has been addressed before, which is with respect to the contextualization of adopted solutions, not to have like a one-size-fits-all approach to it. And within that, we have to highlight a few critical elements like the high level of informality in our labor market, limited institutional capacities that we have, and constraining finance and technology access, which obviously have been addressed before. With respect to particular cases of cooperation, South-South cooperation, we have many, and I think, in the case of the Dominican Republic, we have benefit tremendously from that cooperation. One, just to name a few, we have the Renewable Energy Efficiency Partnership with countries like Costa Rica, Colombia, which has facilitated knowledge exchange on regulatory frameworks and financing mechanisms. That has worked tremendously well. Another interesting example from the region is the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facilities, which has allowed for resources for climate risk insurance. These have allowed smaller economies to access insurance solutions previously unavailable, basically, to individual countries. Brazil, Africa, knowledge exchange on climate resilient agriculture is another example that has enabled African nations to adapt Brazilian successful labor agriculture techniques to local conditions. That's another quite interesting one. This example shows how tailored South-South cooperation can help countries leapfrog, as you mentioned, traditional development pathway and move directly into sustainable development. In the case of, one thing to keep in mind, however, is that cooperation in itself needs to be supported by systemic changes. And I know that it has been addressed here, but issues like redefining the vulnerability beyond income levels. We talk about, going beyond GDP per capita as a reflection of our country vulnerability and our capacity to implement green transition. We need, as it has been mentioned, a multidimensional vulnerability index that captures climate change, economic structure, and social inequality of our respective countries. That's another thing. Another issue has to do with democratizing green technologies. Middle-income countries need fair access to clean technology without the prohibition intellectual property barriers. That means basically particularly focus on knowledge technology transfer between countries in South-South. And reforming debt instrument. Middle-income countries are facing sustainable debt border, limited fiscal space for green investment, debt to climate swaps, I think it was mentioned on the before, and also the whole, now that we're talking about trade, we have to also think about rethinking the global trade rules to be more adapted to middle-income countries. So these are some of the things that I wish to highlight for now, but open to questions and later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Ben Cosme. Hopefully we get to see more partnerships between your country and the Philippines in the future.
Indeed, looking forward.
Fantastic. Now, it is my pleasure to open this panel session over to an open forum where we can hopefully have a conversation with the audience members and answer any burning questions that you might have to our panel members. Of course, we have limited time to do this, so we ask that you limit your questions to about 1 minute, but please state your name, your organization, and of course, any comments and questions. I believe we have one from the country delegation of Colombia. Right here, please, in the front.
Thank you. Good morning to all. My name is Raul Sanchez. I'm the DPR of Colombia in New York. And listening to Ms. Babulo and reading a little bit about the COCO project and the story, how it began out of a disaster, how a disaster brought up the idea that COCO might be a way of sustainability and development in your region. Your story might be as well the story of any Colombian in a deep region, in Cauca, in Baupés, or in many of my regions in Colombia or in Dominican Republic or any of Latin American countries. We have many things in common. We have a lot to share, a lot of things that we need to talk about in order to achieve this sustainability that we're trying to progress to in green transition. Our partners, UNDP, our partners, the World Bank and others, that can create that liaison. That's one of the challenges, and that's one of my comments, that we need to motivate our international partners, our multilateral partners, to create more bridges of understanding, bridges of knowledge. These good practices that we have shared through many of the years, sometimes they stay in workshops or in just good words between one another, but the next step is to understand stories like yours, Ms. Babulo, that are success stories that can bring us to the next chapter. I wanted to ask maybe UNDP about how do you see the expert review on depth, nature, and climate that that is going to be presented in Sevilla. There is a global expert review led by Colombia and also partnered with Kenya, Germany, and France, which has presented and is presenting this week in New York and last week in Washington in the spring meetings about what is the relationship between debt, climate, and nature, and how can we spearhead more national and international reforms required to ensure debt sustainability. That report, just to give you a glimpse of what has been presented, is we have to break that vicious cycle to a virtuous cycle in which many countries can work together with international partners to find out. That is my general question, so we can bring it up here, it's pertinent to what we are discussing. But my general message, going to what Ambassador is saying, we need to learn more from each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And Ms. Akiko, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much. This nature-climate nexus is something that we've been taking it quite seriously, and then also that we're trying to come up with a bit more systemic approach. We have a lot of projects implemented in different parts of the world on nature-based solutions, promoting nature-based solutions for climate actions and others, but then it's not as systemically rolled out or replicated and upscaled. So this review is part of the part of our effort to make it at scale. Now, how there are many, but then one example of how is utilizing this year, last year and this year, of so many countries reviewing and revising and updating the NBSAP, the Biodiversity Action Plan, and NDCs. For NDC 3.0 before the COP30. And we are trying to, and where countries where the UNDP support both NBSAP update review and the NDC review and update, especially, it's not limited to that, but then especially in those countries, we want to, when we see the prioritized nature-based actions or the biodiversity actions, then we try to also identify the climate benefit or climate dividend from the nature-based actions. Then where the climate dividend is considered significant, then we would like these actions to be also squarely featured in NDCs, so that the NDC is more nature-based action, inclusive. And so this is, it's not, okay, NDC, we have this way, and then NBSAP, we have that way, and then when we have investment plans developed for NDC and NBSAP, and then it becomes, two different investment plans, that's also not effective. And we also do something similar for the circular economy and just transition, not just energy transition, but just transition. We want to include the circularity principles into NDCs. So we encourage we provided some technical advisory support to government to include this circularity principles to NDCs. And through that, when government update NDC 3.0 and then develop the investment plans, then not only the climate actions just isolated from many other things, but those NDC investment plans will also cater and channel the investment to nature as well as to circularity, and then the transition to a more circular economy. So those are the things that we are trying to do. Thank you.
Incredible. So more cross-sectoral partnerships, more moving through these silos. I think to your point, we need a lot of low-tech and high-tech innovations in conjunction with each other. And the more we learn from each other, the more we'll see better cohesion. Now, I do believe we also have a question from the country delegation of Armenia.
At the outset, I would like to thank the distinguished panelists for very insightful remarks. I would like to refer to the point made by the Honorable Secretary of Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Ms. Maria Antonia Loizaga. She referred to the challenges faced by the group of the middle-income countries in the context of impact of the climate change. In this regard, I would like to highlight the importance of partnerships between the middle-income countries in relevant platforms. Most notably, for instance, I would like to refer to the recently created Loss and Damage Fund, to which both Armenia and Philippines, for example, they are board members. And this is an important platform where the middle-income countries can jointly advance and advocate their needs and priorities. Another point, as a country which is going to host the COP17 on biodiversity next year, Armenia will be eager, of course, to advocate for better streamlining the needs and priorities of the middle-income countries in the agenda of the COP17. And a question which I'd like to ask to the distinguished panelists, the distinguished permanent representative of the Dominican Republic referred to the debt for climate swap. It is one of the innovative finance tools. I would like to ask our panelists from the international financial institutions whether they have examples of efficient cooperation in promoting these debt for climate swaps for the middle-income countries. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much for the question. So maybe I can just give you an answer on from the ADB's perspective in terms of debt for climate swaps. So last year, the ADB put out a climate change action plan, which was mapping out the ways in which ADB is seeking to transform the institution to support more climate action and to achieve our Strategy 2030 climate goals. And so within that climate change action plan, there's a number of initiatives that ADB is looking at, and debt for nature swaps is one of the instruments that ADB is assessing as part of that. So it's underway. There's been some assessments in Lao PDR, for example, and other potential opportunities. But I think it's important to look at it as one instrument as part of a potential suite of instruments, right? And I think going back to one of the issues that was raised on the previous panel about how institutions like multilateral development banks, what's their role and what do they do to support countries, particularly middle-income countries, upper middle-income countries, and so how as institutions do they become more flexible or more innovative in the types of instruments and types of support that they can offer. So I think climate debt for nature swaps is a specific instrument that's being looked at, but it's being looked at within that broader context of how multilateral development banks can reform to respond to the more pressing needs of the countries. Thanks.
So I just wanted to respond or comment on the question on South-South knowledge exchange and how we can enhance the collaboration among the different countries for knowledge exchange. Just to give an example, at the World Bank, we have the new multi-phase programmatic approaches that we have applied to really improve the efficiency of project approvals. So what we do is we take multiple countries which are facing similar issues and to put them in under one program so that they could, this program could go to the board for approval, and subsequent countries that join don't actually have to have, there's a very short preparation time frame and smaller requirements. So it's facilitating that kind of, one of the benefits of joining this MPA approach is to maximize the knowledge sharing among those countries that are facing similar issues. So that's one thing we're trying to pilot. I think we have a few success MPA approaches. One is here in East Asia and Pacific. We have one for the energy transition. So multiple countries have joined this program and they're sharing with each other the experiences. So that's something we could offer for support. We also have these, of course, in Latin America and the Caribbean region. The other thing I wanted to mention is, because there's so many of you here from the Latin America, I came to Manila last year from the Latin American and Caribbean region. So I also realized that there's so many similarities, and I cover the Caribbean. So, that's something I'm trying to do as well, to bring in my Latin American experience to apply here to share the knowledge with the Philippines. So, maybe we could do more of it together. To have. I think this forum is really wonderful. That this is like, yeah, exactly. So, just wanted to mention that.
Fantastic, thank you. Ambassador Ben Cosme, did you also have a comment? All right. Fantastic. I believe we have one last question from the country delegation of Peru. Sorry, can I ask for the tech team to bring a new microphone, please?
Hello. Okay.
There we are. Thank you.
That's better. Thank you so much for such an interesting discussion on topics so sensitive for MICs. I'm the representative from Peru. And, from our point of view, we are totally aware that we need to strengthen our voice within the UN. We were thinking that a collective, a joint effort, for instance, with other groups within the UN, like the G77, would fulfill this goal. And I wanted to pose the question of if you have any suggestions or recommendations on how to work towards that goal, because we are aware, and you've already explained so well, it is such a big challenge for us, to cope with, achieving financing, for instance, or avoiding double financing when it comes to climate financing and development financing. That's, for instance, an issue that we also need to deal with. So thank you so much. I know we are on the time, so I just wanted to pose this question. Thank you.
Appreciate it, and I appreciate the sensitivity to time. Would anyone from the panel like to take this one?
Just to start before. No. Thank you very much. I think, sorry. I don't know if it's directly linked, but we are, with the MIC population getting bigger and the G77 roles getting bigger, and then G20, G77, and it's no longer G7 or G8 versus the rest, right? So this development, even the development aid or development cooperation model is evolving and changing. And with the MIC getting even more stronger, G70, even among the G77, G77 and the more advanced countries, when we design the development financing or even climate financing, we really have to design it together. So it's not like a one party supporting the other. It's more through the development cooperation, all parties involved will have something to benefit from. I think that's the model that we need to move towards. So this is why that when we have to come together as a partnership, then we all have to kind of respect each other's comparative advantages and the strengths to bring in, and also some weaknesses that has to be complemented by other parties, and how can we achieve better through partnership. I think that's the mentality and then also the model that we really have to push this forward as we move towards the more inclusive development models, which also includes not just the public financing, but a lot of private sector financing and philanthropy and many other different kind of financing. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just to add a little bit, I think, on this issue of kind of diversifying and deepening financial resources. We talk endlessly about the importance of private sector investment to solve the climate change problem, but it's still not true integration, right, in terms of this green component. So many private sector companies will have green investments, but maybe that's for a moral imperative or it's their kind of responsible investing part rather than deeply embedded in their kind of core mission. So how do we look at long-term policy certainty? How do we look at really de-risking those types of investments so that they become the kind of core activity of the private sector? Similar, we have green bonds, but it's still a relatively small portion of the bond market, right? So how do we reform capital markets? How do we really do that so that they become the mainstream part, and so that we really then deepen and kind of diversify those financial sources that are available for climate, rather than just talking about climate finance or green finance as a small portion of the overall financial architecture.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you for your question to the delegation of Peru. Now, cognizant that this is a really key, critical topic, I want to wrap up our panel with something quite actionable. And if I could ask our panelists to give me perhaps a 30-second closing remark on what you believe should be pursued by middle-income countries to achieve a just and green transition. Perhaps we can begin with Kate.
Sure. Okay. So I think, let me try and do this quickly. So I think policy consistency and long-term policy stability, right? So it's making sure that that long-term policy stability is there so that it drives in investments in the right way. Building human and institutional capital and capacity in the country. So making sure that all the systems, the education system, the training systems, everything is geared towards building that capacity. Innovation and homegrown solutions. I mean, MICs really are the engine of innovation, the engine of human capability. So how do we kind of stimulate that and offer that as part of that? Political buy-in, so making sure that that engagement with civil society, with youth, with all of those parties that are needed, so that that mainstreaming of the green or climate agenda as part of the national development is well understood and there's good buy-in. And I think maybe the last point in terms of a just transition is that it's really the starting point of the discussion. The starting point is socioeconomic development that also addresses climate, rather than a risk-based approach where we look at how to transform the climate and then deal with the socioeconomic impacts after. Thanks.
Thank you very much. 3 points, so 10 seconds each. No, well, considering the first point is the acceleration of just energy transition. Considering the energy is the key input required for the growth of many sectors prioritized in NDCs, the accelerating the just energy transition is the most one of the most effective and efficient way to achieve green transition. Green transition is not just energy transition. But if you ignore energy transition and then make a lot of investment otherwise in green transition, it's probably not as effective. As my second point is the policy and investment coherence. I guess I don't have to elaborate it. I've said it many times, but we definitely, as government, the government needs to look at the policy coherence across the sector to make sure that all the policy and all the investment which is affected by the policy also are in line with country's climate ambition. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to realize the country's climate ambition. My last point is the inclusiveness. The roles and really the vital contributions that can be made by various stakeholders, diversified stakeholders, vulnerable groups, local communities, indigenous peoples, they must be fully taken into account in this green transition journey. And the green transition can be not only can be very inclusive, but I think the green transition is more conducive to realize this inclusiveness and the social inclusiveness compared to the traditional development model that we've been practicing in the last few decades. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to reiterate the urgency of the issue that we're facing on climate change and the impacts, because it's really the frequency of all these, disasters are increasing, and we don't have much time to be waiting for like the perfect solution or the perfect national strategy to be developed. So I would say, especially for the middle-income countries I've been working with, the capacity at the central level is actually there. It's a very competent national government, and we actually do have very good strategy, agenda, vision. I've read all of them. They look beautiful. Well, what is lacking in my view is the translation, the implementation of the vision that you all have. And in doing that, I think what we said earlier about the awareness building, capacity building of the lower level subnational governments, the communities, the inclusion of the people, that's where I think, and one thing in particular, budget transfers, incentive-based budget transfers from the national government to the local governments, for example, these things could really make a difference. And so I would like to end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again. I would just actually go back to the importance of not divide the whole issue of green transition and socioeconomic equity. We must, as a country, we must attain to both of them. And it's not about just the green transition, it's about social justice, economic transformation, and redefining development pathway. The importance of cooperation, going back to the issue, I definitely commend and appreciate very much to the government of Filipinas for taking us here and actually, having this opportunity to be here and discuss on this issue pertaining to middle-income countries. So again, it's about keeping the channels open. Again, I truly appreciate your comments about providing for the Latin American experience and bringing it here to Filipinas and to other countries in the region, because I think there are so many similarities, and we are facing definitely similar challenges and similar opportunities, to be frank. So let's see if we can take advantage of that and obviously take example of this venue here and then this meeting that we have. So once again, our true appreciation to the government of Filipinas for having us here today.
Beautiful, and it is our honor for having this stellar panel. Thank you so much to our panelists. Please give them a round of applause for this discussion. A massive thank you to the Department of Foreign Affairs and the United Nations Development Program for putting this conversation together. We appreciate all of your questions and your participation. And that wraps the thematic panel discussion, Green Transitions for Resilience and Sustainability. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you once again to our moderator and distinguished speakers and panelists for that enriching exchange of ideas. We will now take a break for lunch. Lunch will be served at Makati AB and Manila AB Rooms Level 1. You may take the stairs, elevator, or escalator one floor down. Please be back by 2:30 p.m. here at the Rizal Ballroom Level 2 for Thematic Panel Discussion 3. Simultaneously, a side event organized by UNIDO titled Industries at the Forefront of the Green Transition, Catalyzing Climate Action and Enabling Innovation will take place at Rizal Ballroom C Level 2. Once again, please be back here at 2:30 p.m. for our next thematic panel discussion. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.